My good people, you came. 1.11 subs, Jonathan. Is that true? That's exciting. Hold on. I'm here still, I promise. Um, this is also yet another chance for you to hit that like button, guys. Apparently, it really helps. You know, we have to make the YouTube daddy happy, apparently. Oh, I didn't goop. Maybe that's okay. Hold on. I need to get a chat going proper. I'm gonna click my own link in the other chat to get to this. Yeah, baby. Also, um, yeah, Nana. Oh my God, I swear to God, I don't know what she's watching. It was me that didn't goop. Seriously. Now we're good. You got an error now? Or are you good now? I am an error. Yeah, people are like, I came to like, but I don't like you. So bye bye, lady. See you. Boo hoo. Um, I do apologize that I may have got you guys into gambling again. Sorry. I feel really bad. Do you know how long those points were on before I told anybody? Long time. I let you build them all up for a while. Yeah, everyone make sure you hit all messages instead of top messages up at the top because the chat be where it's at. Everybody's here. It helps even if, well, no. It's engagement. You can click either button, like or dislike, but it's the engagement that is the driver of the algorithm. And honestly, again, the reality is that the algorithm rewards organic and true engagement and actual good content. And when we have such a great community like this, it's naturally going to get there and on its own. So I really don't worry about the algorithm that much, to be very frank with you. And probably maybe that will make me not a great YouTuber, but um, whatever. I'm the lady in charge of the points. Um, so before we start, we should watch the bear video so that because I don't care about I don't care about any sort of like copyright on this video. I'll just throw it away for that theory. And so let me see if I can find this. Oh, actually, that is interesting because so and this will be a very ADHD stream, guys, just so that you're all aware. Also, here's a great way we can start. If you want, if you care to share, please go right ahead in the chat and share if you are on a medication, if you're not, when you were diagnosed, whatever you want to share, go ahead. If you don't want to share, don't. But the biggest part of adults embracing and taking charge of their ADHD is the learning portion of it. What the fuck? It's in my pocket, that sound. I was like, who the heck is that? It's Judge Manning! Position 5, 22 CPT 971. Judge Manning, you just ghost onto my phone. I love it. I'm. There we go. Let's just get rid of all this. Yeah, it's going to be a very ADHD stream about ADHD. Okay. The bear video. Okay, and that got me onto this. Okay, so the article where I got the bear video was from the CBC News, which is the Canadian Broadcast Corporation, which is a Canadian. I'm Canadian. This is a Canadian institution. But they recently got into a Twitter fight with Twitter, where they stopped using their accounts because Twitter labeled them as government funded media, or like sort of the same implication as like a state funded media organization that sort of does whatever people say. And Viking, as if you're only learning that now. Anyways, so they along with like NPR and the BBC and stuff have really pushed back on this because the government has zero editorial input into organizations that are in fact state media where they are delivering a message via the state that they have to deliver, you know. Um, is it buffering or are we fighting with just me? Bear drink. You missed a chunk? Did I Creed frame, guys? Oh my God. Is this a video or did I just read it and think it was a video? No, it's a video. Here we go. Okay. Hold on, my loves. Just one moment, okay? I think it's Nana's Breaking Bad, honestly, that is dragging the stream down into the dirt. But you know how it is. It's like I have to be nice to Nana. I'm just joking. Um, Jesus. I am gonna go turn it down though, Nana. Come on.
It was about 3 in the morning, and my dog actually alerted me to something was out there. So I took a look outside and I saw the bear. And then later on, looked at my security cameras and saw him enter the yard and smash the window really quickly. And he was drinking massive amounts of soda. I could see him coming in and out of the truck with different pop. He started with the Orange Crush, and eventually the last thing he got was the Diet Pop, which is the only thing he didn't finish. So out of the 72 pop, he drank 69 of them. And you could hear him slurping it the whole time. And he didn't break them open with his claws as you would think he would. He used his teeth every time. And they were all like snapped in half. And I could hear him drinking away. I hope he didn't cut his tongue on some of that metal. We literally had to remove everything, including the gear shift in the morning, because everything was so saturated in sticky pop. And of course, white leather interior goes really good with Orange Crush.
So you can see there the bear problem.
It was about
Isn't
3
that
in
funny?
the morning.
Keepers on TV. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. Um, well, so you know that pigeon story that Time Served covered with the time, like the pigeon delivering into the prison? That happened in my area as well. And it was the second backpack wearing pigeon that had been discovered by the jail, which is crazy. Um, that happens a lot with pigeons? You can't be telling me that. The bear lady was named Sharon Roselle. She's from Earls Cove, British Columbia, and that's on the Sunshine Coast. This was on last Thursday. It says here, she found a bear with a sweet tooth had broken into her car and crushed dozens of cans of soda she had left there overnight. Sharon Roselle said she was awakened by her dog around 3 a.m. Pacific time Thursday and looked outside to see a black bear surrounded by shattered glass from her car window. He was drinking massive amounts of soda, said Roselle. Roselle said she watched from her balcony in Earls Cove, BC for an hour and a half as the bear used its teeth to break open the cans and slurp their contents while making a sweet mess of her car's interior. Hold on one second. I'm going to play it again for you guys, but without the sound while I read it. Um, He was drinking massive amounts of soda. She said she watched for an hour and a half. He made a sweet mess of the car's interior. She said the bear started with orange soda before making its way through cola and root beer and only stopped when it reached diet soda. Roselle said she had 72 cans of soda in total in the car and the bear drank 69 cans. She said she tried throwing cold water on the bear from her balcony, but to no avail. She then tried reasoning with him, explaining she needed her car to get to work the next morning. Then I tried psyching him out by telling him I was a bear hunter. That didn't do anything either. So I had to stand by and just watch him devour my car, said Roselle. Roselle took photos of the bear break-in and its aftermath the next morning. There's the cans. She says the bear ripped the car's leather interior, broke the window roller handle from standing on it, and spilled soda everywhere, including inside the gear shifter. Of course, white leather interior goes really good with orange crush, she said sarcastically, noting that the bear also knocked over a pack of paper towels, but didn't consider using them to clean up the mess. She's hoping her insurance will cover some of the damage. She owns a food truck and says she had purchased the soda for her business the previous evening. Because she lives in a remote area, she says she deals with bears on a daily basis and is normally hypervigilant and careful not to leave food in her vehicle. But she never expected the bear would be attracted to soda. I've been around bears since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, and I have never seen them go after pop, said Roselle. The nonprofit Sunshine Coast Bear Alliance notes bears are highly skilled at gaining entry to cars and can cause significant damage. Bears can be attracted to the slightest aroma in your car, such as a candy wrapper or a scented air freshener. Please keep your vehicle windows closed and locked and doors locked to avoid damage and a surprise encounter, its website says. The CBC News contacted RCMP for more information, but they directed us to BC's Conservation Officer Service, which was unable to provide details in time for publication. Next on KCC News. Do you have bear insurance? The video's not moving, probably. It's just not a video. It's a static web page that I'm looking at. So that is maybe what's confusing. Okay. Give me one more news pigeon backpack sale, right? Like that. Honestly, I sort of want to read the pigeon one before we start because this is the ADD stream. Um, Here we go. Or here, well, look at me while I read it like a real goddamn newscaster. In other news, another pigeon wearing a smuggling backpack has been found inside a BC prison. A second pigeon wearing a tiny, makeshift backpack, presumably meant for smuggling drugs, has been found at a corrections facility in Abbotsford, British Columbia, nearly 2 months to the day after a bird carrying a package of crystal meth was found at the prison next door. Officers discovered the latest bird wearing its backpack inside the Matsqui institution during a routine search on the morning of February 27th, according to its union. The backpack, possibly made from cut-up jeans, was empty, leading guards to believe the bird might have still been in training. It was actually inside the institution where they actually found the pigeon, again, wearing a small fabric-like backpack, said John Randall, Pacific Regional President of the Union for Canadian Correctional Officers. Where did it come from and what was happening? That's kind of the big discussion right now. Homing pigeons have been used to smuggle drugs into prisons for decades, valued for their ability to fly long distances to return to their home lofts. Experts say it would be possible to train a bird to see a prison as its home loft so it would fly to the institution with cargo attached on the outside. It's an old school smuggling tactic that's challenging to investigate. We've been dealing with drones, we've been dealing with throwovers, we've been dealing with smuggling, and now we have to deal with the wildlife aspect, which is completely new to us, said Randall. With a pigeon being a wild animal, that's a wild card. Randall said it's possible the bird got inside the medium security prison through an open window or through one of the recreation yards where inmates can spend time outside. It's also possible the bird's backpack had already been emptied before guards found it. But the union believes the pigeon in training theory is more likely. It kind of looks right now that what was happening was it was trying to be trained as the source of food in that area, Randall said. Randall said inmates are believed to be cutting up old blue jeans or bed sheets to make the backpacks. When you spend so much time inside like that, you get very creative on what you can make. In December, a pigeon wearing a backpack carrying crystal meth was found in the yard at the Pacific Institution. Both pigeons were later released. Corrections Canada says it is not investigating the latest incident, but local police are responding. In an email, the Abbotsford Police Department confirmed it was investigating an incident that involves a pigeon, but would not disclose any further details. Randall said it wouldn't make sense for staff to keep the bird because they're trained to fly home to the prison, not to their supplier on the outside. The incidents are among the most difficult to investigate for that reason, compared to the drones or throwovers, which involve a person lobbing a package over the prison fence. This is just another layer of the onion, I guess, that we have to find a way to peel back and figure out what's going on. Matsqui Institution, the local union there, and their local management, they're working on a plan to increase searching and increase observation because clearly this is a new problem. Can you seriously believe that? I think that's so funny. They did not, I repeat, they did not include video nor imagery of a pigeon wearing a backpack. That would be breaking news I would share with you immediately. Um, and I think this is just, it's the most hilarious thing I think about. Um, Now we're going to go ahead and actually read, I know. Hey, send me news articles about weird things like crime-ish related and animals, and I'll read them. Do you guys like my newscaster voice? Um, okay, so I already have the video ready to go. I have glasses. I have, but I won't be able to read with them on because I don't need glasses. I have like excellent vision. So it actually makes me not work, makes them not work. Okay. So, now what we're going to watch, guys, all 15 of my absolutely dedicated and amazing viewers, the real ones, the real peeps that came, that have stayed through the reading of the weird news articles, the ADD proof people, I think. Where the fuck did I put those glasses too? Okay. God dang it. Nana moves things on me. Anyways, okay, here we go. This is a, a presentation by a doctor called Dr. Russell Barkley. And but they're not my glasses, right? Like, so it doesn't matter at all to me. They're just somebody's glasses that I found in this house that do not do anything for me that I just was using to make myself look like I was wearing glasses. Yeah. So, okay. This is a presentation by Dr. Russell Barkley, who is a PhD, and it is one of the presentations and like talks on ADHD that I found the most illuminating for me as like a person with it to um, really relay some of the true depths of what ADHD can do to you. A lot of my life being undiagnosed. Okay, Nana, what the fuck, sex scene? Can you guys hear that? I forgot how much sex is in Breaking Bad. I'm like right in the middle of my nice presentation. Um, so I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah. So when I first watched this and I first learned that I had ADHD, oh, I went through my a lot of my life not knowing what was wrong with me, but knowing that there was something very, very different about me and very different about like how my brain worked. And I, I a lot of people might look now I'm coming back to it. A lot of people might look and say somebody like me, like I've had a lot of different jobs and most positions they have great titles, I'm very I'm can be quite well spoken. Um, but it baffles a lot of people who can see me be like, hey, you just made 100 videos in a month and you can do this and do that, but you can't file your taxes properly, or you can't respond to this important part of your life that needs dealt with. And um, it's a very difficult thing to explain because it's like, yeah, no, literally, I cannot. And I've developed sort of what I consider a productive procrastination method. So basically, everything I need to do is sort of on a list in my brain. And the most important thing on the list is never going to get done. Not once. Never. I'm never going to tackle the first thing on the list. However, eventually something will knock it out of first place and it will not become the most important thing that I cannot do. And it will become something that I might be able to chip away at on the list. So I don't judge myself for these things anymore. I just sort of have adapted to my own way of uh, working in the world. I'm not like as worried about what the outside world thinks of me as much anymore as I used to be. And I'm really thankful that I'm able to do that. However, I was diagnosed at 27 years old, and from a very young child age until older, I used fighting and arguing to create dopamine in my body. And you don't even realize that that's something that you're doing, but your brain and body learns the best ways to give you the drugs that you need. And my body, having now been diagnosed with ADHD, has a deficit of certain neurotransmitters, dopamine and serotonin. So, bye, Keeper. Please do well. We're thinking of you. Come back anytime if you can't sleep, or fall asleep to me. um, so, when you're young and you are a child and you have no ability to dictate how your environment is handled, you resort to what you can do. And so something you can control is arguing, fighting, being annoying, all those things. And as my family would describe it, and as my sister, every morning before I would go to school, I would get in an argument with my mom or with my sister. And I would end up leaving the house and it wouldn't bother me. I would just walk away and sort of be on my way. But everybody else was really brought down by that. And I didn't recognize that I had literally learned how to get dopamine boosts from fighting. And so when I became a mom at 20 years old, and I thought to myself, well, I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to do all these different things. But yet I did. And this is when I knew it was a problem, was when I would wake up in the morning, on, let's say a Sunday morning, with my ex-husband and my young child. And I would go, I am not going to fight with anybody today. Not going to do it. I don't want to. I'm not going to. Let's go. And then I was unable to not do that. And it's sad to me that I didn't know what was missing in order to help me get past that. When I finally was diagnosed at 27 and I first took medication, it became very quickly apparent to me that that is the crutch that I was relying upon. And I felt horrible. I felt horrible. I mean, I literally thought back to all the fights and all the things and I realized I was like, wow, other people really take these things um, in a different way. And so it's been very hard to rebuild relationships with my family without them thinking that everything I sort of say is an excuse. My sister, it's been easier. She's amazing. And she, I think, was mistreated by me, truthfully. Mistreated. I was mean to her. Um, she has grown to trust me now that I'm not like that anymore. I really am not. I'm not. Like, it's been an incredible change of where my energy is able to go now, since being diagnosed. Now, the problem is that to the average person, it sounds a little bit like I'm just lazy or whatever, and I just want to do things my own way and not worry about others and their feelings. And it's in fact the exact opposite. And like I said, you know, fighting killed me, but I didn't know that was part of the problem until I was diagnosed. What got me to get diagnosed was I had this, and one day I'll list out all my jobs, guys, because I've had a billion. But I had a job as an executive assistant at a big company, and it was a great job. But and they kept like adding things on to me, um, and I kept like not believing I could do it, partly because of going through school and being told constantly that I was failing and that I was not up to standards, when in fact I just learn very differently. And so um, it took a long time for me to recognize that I have a lot to offer, but not in the standard way. So that job, though, specifically, I remember there was two pieces of mail on my desk and I had to take them somewhere to mail them. That was it. That's all. And I could not do that for some reason. There was a block on that. And I knew I was going to get in trouble if I didn't do it. And it was very difficult for me to recognize like that was not just a laziness or a failing on my end, that it was maybe something I needed to talk to a doctor about. And I did. And I was very able to get some treatment, subsequently for ADHD. And that really changed the way that I interact with the whole sort of world. Um, the other thing to think about, guys, is that if you if there's a child that's diagnosed with ADHD, it is one of the biggest predictors of a diagnosis of a kid with ADHD, is that one of those parents is going to probably have undiagnosed ADHD. Um, the other thing is that as people have gone on in their lives undiagnosed with ADHD, they've developed multitudes of coping mechanisms in order to do that. And so as it gets later and later in life, it's more difficult to diagnose, more often misdiagnosed, and then actually very, very difficult to come to terms with when you are diagnosed and you realize how much time has gone by without knowing certain things that you now are able to apply. So for me, um, I'm not by any means like perfect or even in a great place with my ADHD all the time. I'm aware about it, very much more aware of it, but it still has a very strong hold on my life in a way that I wish I could harness differently, but that takes time and the right sort of scaffolding to be placed around people. Um, I'm gonna share the video now, and if you have any questions, put them in the chat. I'll be watching and listening as well too. Um, I come back to this specific video time and time and time again to remind myself why I am the way I am and why it's okay. And I hope that you guys find some interest and comfort in this. And again, if you have a child with ADHD, it's a different story than if you're an adult with ADHD, or if you're an adult without ADHD, but you've got all these things going on and it impacts almost every part of your life. And until you're diagnosed and realize it, you you may not understand. And honestly, one of the hardest and I've said this before when I talk about children and IEPs and education plans, um, when you're trying to set up a child in an education system where advocacy is so important for them, because the most detrimental thing to a child with a learning disability or with any sort of neuro deficit or neurodivergence is not actually their brain. Their brain's good. Like, they are going to figure out a way to work through life with their brain. Every single time you make them feel like a failure, you're chipping away at it. Like Dr. Phil says, it takes 1,000 ADA girls to erase one, you're stupid. And with ADHD, that is even more and more and more. Um, so it is also something within ADHD. Rumination and negative self-talk is very standard. So when you have your brain telling you negative things like 100 times to one good time, that's a hard ratio to fiddle with. So again, retraining our brains um, to learn to be gentle on ourselves about how we approach things. Also, meeting people where they're at. So instead of putting a barrier up and being like, wow, look, you can't really get over that barrier. Let's find our ways around these things. This is where I do love helping people figure out their ways of doing things. So without further ado, as I've talked for 30 minutes, let's go ahead and watch. And I, again, love hearing and reading all your stuff. I am reading out of the corner of my eye as I'm talking away. And I appreciate every one of you guys and your stories and your experiences here. So I dropped a spoon. Okay, let's go.
So let me show you how we can build a model of ADHD from the neuroanatomy and neuropsychology of ADHD. To understand ADHD, we have to understand how normal self-control develops, and then we'll show where ADHD affects it. There are three concepts that we need to build this model. One, inhibition. You have to stop and build a pause in your behavior. As your mother said, stop and think before you act, and the stopping comes first. Or as Rabelais said, everything comes to those who can wait. But whoever said it, the fact is that what distinguishes human cognition from all other species is we wait. We can decouple an event, a stimulus, from our response to that event. Other species cannot do that. And by decoupling them, we can do things in the delay that others cannot do. But the first thing we have to do is stop. Now, inhibition can be defined as three separate capacities, all of which are impaired in patients with ADHD. The first is the ability to inhibit the urge to respond on the moment to the event. This is the impulsiveness, the disinhibition. The second, however, is the ability to interrupt an ongoing behavior when it's time to do something else. That's the perseveration, and that is also an inhibitory failure. You can't stop what you were doing, particularly if it was interesting, if it was rewarding, to shift to something more important, but where the consequences might be delayed. Finally, there is the ability to protect your frontal lobes, your working memory, your what and when systems from distraction, from interference, from being perverted, disrupted, and distorted by events around you that have nothing to do with the goal you're pursuing. You must be able to suppress those unwanted reactions. Notice that the distractibility in ADHD is not a perceptual issue. It is an inhibition problem. People with ADHD don't perceive distractors any more than others. The difference is they respond to them. They get up and they react to the irrelevant event, and now they're off task. And once they're off task, they can't retain the goal, so now they won't return to the task. So it's simply a series of responding to irrelevant events in life, which is why it is so hard to accomplish your goals. All three of these are failures of the inhibition system. And people with ADHD, as we well know, have trouble with all three. Now, the next concept we need to build up our model is not just inhibition, but self-regulation. What is it? Self-regulation is very simply defined, as it was 40 years ago by Skinner and others, as involving 3 steps. The 4th step we've already talked about. You got to stop. But having stopped, you will now direct a behavior back at yourself. You will engage in some action that is aimed at you, not at the world, not at others, back at yourself. You're doing something. What are you doing? You're trying to change your behavior from what it would have been had you simply responded on impulse. So there's a form of self-change going on here. I'm acting on myself to change my next response. Well, why would I want to do that? To change a distant consequence. I am trying to alter the future. I am not trying to change the now. In fact, I may use this as an opportunity to turn away from the seductions of the moment, from the immediate rewards, the feel-good aspect of life. I may turn away from that and subject myself to adversity and poverty for years to change that future. It's called going to college. You've given up the job, the money, the car, the clothes, the babes, and everything, right? And you're going to live in poverty for at least 4 years, because if you can get that degree, you're going to earn $10,000 to $15,000 more a year than people who didn't. That's a distant consequence. All deferred gratification requires self-regulation. Action to the self that's changing yourself, that's altering your future. Okay? Now, the third concept we have to discuss is what then is an executive function. We've been talking about the executive system, but we haven't defined it. Now, this is interesting because if you look anywhere in neuropsychology, there is no definition. I've looked. I actually wrote a review paper 7 years ago on the amorphous nature of the concept. No one defines it. They will give you a list of tests they think that measure it, like Wisconsin card sort, right? Or they will give you a list of what they think are the functions themselves. Inhibition, nonverbal working memory, verbal working memory, the central executive, and so on. That's just a list, right? That's not a definition. So let's operationally define it. In my theory of ADHD, we define an executive function as what you're doing to yourself. The action to the self. That first step in our definition of self-regulation, that is an executive function. An action to the self designed to change you so as to change your future. And there are 5 actions that humans will direct at themselves, which means there are 5 executive abilities. Maybe more, but we know of at least 5. So self-control isn't one thing, it's 5 things. And each of them can be called an executive action. Put them all together, you've got the executive system. And by adulthood, you should be using all 5 of these to get to the future. So we can now link all of these together. Inhibition links up with self-control because you can't direct an action at yourself if you don't stop responding to the world. You can't do both at once. You can't react to an event and control yourself at the same time. You got to stop doing this one to come back and change yourself. And self-regulation links up with executive functioning, obviously, because self-regulation is comprised of 5 types of self-control, each an executive function. These are going to develop one at a time. They're going to take 30 years to develop, and each of them is going to need the one before it to develop before it can function. So it's a hierarchy. Think of it as a pyramid. The first one begins at 3 months of age, and right along with it comes the second. And that is inhibition and the nonverbal system. Now, neuropsychologists have labeled these by these useless terms that you see here. Nonverbal working memory, what the hell is that? Verbal working memory. Emotional inhibition, that's a little more obvious. Planning and problem solving, what is that? So what I did in 1994 was, after reading papers by Vygotsky, Jacob Bronowski, Luria, and others, my specialty is neuropsychology, hence the reading, I began to see an idea that was taking shape that could be used to help us understand and redefine each of these executive functions. Because you see, Vygotsky had already developed a model of how language goes from being a public action to others to the voice in your head. So I stole Vygotsky's idea, and I simply said, this must be how all the executive functions develop. Actions to others, turned back on the self, and slowly made internal, private. Can we redefine each executive function as an action to the self? Absolutely. And by doing so, we get a much clearer picture of what we're doing with this executive system. Also, just as an aside, we also get a much better picture of how they evolved. How do you get from a primate brain to a human brain? This model can explain it. The earlier neuropsychological terms cannot. So what action are you doing to yourself in terms of nonverbal working memory? You are seeing to yourself. It is the visual imagery system. And humans have the best system for holding images in their mind of any species on this planet. In fact, by 12 months of age, you exceed all other primates. And from there, you will have 10 more years to let this system develop. You have a theater in your mind, a DVD player of the past, which you can activate on demand to see what you have previously done, if it would be useful to do so. The layman's term for this is hindsight. You activate images of the relevant past, and you hold them in mind. And that's the nonverbal working memory system. But you can also use the other senses to yourself. You can hear to yourself, you can taste to yourself, you can feel to yourself. I can describe the wine I had with dinner last night over at the Delta Hotel by just visualizing the dinner and retasting the Cabernet. If I didn't do that, I couldn't describe it to you. So the image comes first, and then the description. By the way, this is how you can tell people about all the yesterdays of your life. If it wasn't for the images, you couldn't say anything. The words require the images. But it isn't just the images. I can re-sense everything. I can re-hear the conversation with my waiter, and I can re-feel the texture of the napkin or the food or whatever. I can replay the whole event right up here in this theater. Simply put, this is the mind's eye, the ability to hold images in mind. And as William James said 100 years ago, it is the secret of the human will. To understand the human will, one only needs to hold an image in mind, because from that image, everything else flows as a consequence. So the first executive function besides stopping is to re-image the relevant past, hindsight. We'll say more about that in a moment. The next executive function is speech to the self, the Vygotskian model. I'll teach you that one. Those three are going to lead to the next one. You can emote to yourself. You literally can create emotions de novo in yourself. There is no other species that can do that. Finally, you internalize your manual play, and it becomes the source of the highest executive function, which is planning, problem solving, and simulating multiple possible responses. And you can do it all up here. And it's situated at the foremost frontal pole. It is the capacity to manipulate what you are holding in mind. And that is play. The nice thing about this model is it tells you why children's play is so crucial to adult planning and problem solving. Because manual play moves to symbolic and mental play. And that's the source of all human planning. As I've said, each of these develops in a stepwise sequence, creating a hierarchy of the executive system. Now, this is the Vygotskian model, so let me explain it to you, because what I'm arguing is that each of these executive abilities follows the same sequence. So let's take speech. Between 0 and 3 years of age, according to Vygotsky, and he's turned out to be correct, young children emit language to others. There is no self-speech, and there certainly is no voice in this head. But between 3 and 5 years of age, you are going to see this young child talk to themselves. And that is measurable. You can videotape 3 to 5-year-olds engaging in a lot of self-directed outward speech. They are just little chatty Cathys. In fact, if you put 2 4-year-olds together, it's not a conversation, it's parallel self-speech. And if you put this kid to bed at night, you're going to hear them talking in the room even though nobody's there, right? You are witnessing Vygotsky's theory in action. Between 5 and 7, you are going to start to see the face being suppressed along with the larynx and the utterances. you will see children do this. The mouth is still moving, but you don't get to hear the utterance. Now, speech at this point is going to change in three fundamental ways. It's going to get quieter, as I just illustrated, and it's going to be telegraphic. Once in a while, a word slips out that is perceptible. But the most important change is going to be going from description, young children describe their world, to self-instruction. They start to tell themselves what to do. And at this point, it starts to work. Below 5 years of age, anything a young child says to themselves has no function. It doesn't work. So they could be sitting there saying, stop, 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 and they'll keep playing the video game. Language has not yet captured the motor system, but by 5 to 7, it has. What you say starts to control what you do, and that is why it's there. Between 9 and 12 years of age, this voice is entirely in the mind. But we know that it's still based on self-speech because of research done in the last decade. Let me give you an example. I can put electrodes all over your face, and I can ask you to cite your, let's say, Canadian Pledge of Allegiance in your mind. You still move your face. The muscle movements are so small that they're imperceptible to you and to others, but they're measurable. The human face is moving anytime you engage in verbal thought. So is your larynx, by the way. But you can't see it. I can't see it. But we can now measure it. All verbal thinking is speech to the self, with the face suppressed. But you can't suppress it entirely. Little electrical pulses are coming out, and they're activating the muscles around the face in very, very subtle ways. You can ask an athlete to engage in a visual image of an action. Let's take a diver. Or how about just somebody picking up something and throwing it across the room? Do you know that when you imagine that, we can measure your right arm moving? It isn't really moving, but the muscle potentials are all changing in the exact sequence that would be needed to throw that ball. This is why you can use visual imagery to improve athletic performance, because you're using the same system. There is no separate system. You've just kept the actual brain activity from going down the spinal cord, but you're using the same part of the brain. When you talk to yourself, you use the speech system. But the only thing different between talking to you and talking to me is that you suppressed your motor strip. Still the same speech system, which is why you can't talk to yourself and talk to others simultaneously, because it's the same damn system, right? But you're just keeping it in your head. That's a neat trick. So it helps us to understand that what Vygotsky was talking.
So I think that, interestingly enough, in the chat right now, we're sort of talking about mind's eye, which is something evidently I don't have. Although I would argue I do, it's just not visual. I I've often been told that I can think outside the box, that I can do any sort of um like I come up with really weird ideas and crazy thoughts. How did you even think of that? How would you have come up with that idea, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I believe that's because I'm not limited to like visual images as something that I rely upon to give me thoughts and ideas. You're not going to be on camera now, just let you know. You're on camera. Okay. Anyways, okay. But so I think that that really has an impact on what like dreaming. I don't dream. I just close my eyes, it's black, and then I wake up. Just like Jonathan said. And remembering what you wore is like, I can remember it sometimes because I will like write it down, or like I keep clothes for a long time. When I see something, I remember a situation it's been in, or when I see a person, I'll remember the person almost. I'll always be able to identify if I've seen a person before or not by their face. But I could never tell you what a person looked like, not even like my family, because that's not how they come in my mind. They're just, it is like data. It's like data points. Um, and so like when they say like imagine an apple, my brain's like, what kind of apple? What like what's next? That's sort of how my brain's always working, because I'm not there's no reason yet. Like I need more. Um, but if you were like, tell me a weird fact about an apple or create the strangest looking apple you could ever think of, I could verbalize those things with words without ever have seen it, just by my knowledge of what is and isn't and what should and shouldn't be. But I'm not able to actually visualize it. So like, and so for the longest time when people said like imagine an apple, I just sort of like played along, like, okay, I'm imagining it, but found out that truly people can see the apple. Now I think that's a bit cheating on like tests, let's say, for example. You can just like look and see the stuff that you've been studying. Well, that's not fair. I'm a bit jealous about that. Anyways, um, sleep, changes, it ebbs and flows as you get older. It has a lot to do with Breaking Bad input and how much of it you watch. I've heard the more Breaking Bad you watch, the less sleep you get. It's been shown. Um, that's, a critical study I've just read. Anyways, let's continue with Dr. Russell Barkley here, and we will see. Yeah, Jonathan, I know you haven't slept since you first saw Breaking Bad. It's a terrible travesty sometimes. Okay, let's continue.
About here really shouldn't be called internalization, should be called privatization. Because
Wrong window.
you're developing the capacity to inhibit public actions and to keep them in the brain. And that gives you a sense of something mental, cognitive, but it's still action to the self no matter what. Now, the first executive function, therefore, that's going to appear at 3 months of age is the inhibition system, and it is going to shut down that motor system, because right alongside it is going to come the visual imagery system, and it needs you to stop what you're doing to hold images in mind so that those images can start to take over your behavior. So the first two executive functions co-develop simultaneously. And by about 12 to 14 years of age, they have reached their adult level of development. You get no more after that. They are early arising. By the way, there's a rule in biology that the earlier a function emerges, the more important it was to the survival of that species, telling us that as humans, visual imagery and inhibition played a very crucial role in human survival. By 3 years of age, you get the Vygotsky system, and now you have two means of controlling your behavior, images and words. Those are going to lead to the third system. You are now going to use those images and words to create your own emotional state. You are no longer dependent on the environment around you for your emotions. And then finally, you will internalize your play, and it becomes the source of planning, creativity, innovation, and problem solving. By the way, that's goal-directed creativity, not just artistic or musical. There's a goal to be attained. You've encountered an obstacle. Can you solve the obstacle? Can you invent multiple possible ways around the obstacle to accomplish that goal? And that's based on human play. By 30 years of age, you have this entire system functioning, unless you have ADHD, and then you have a 30 to 40% lag in this entire sequence. The 5 executive abilities I've just described are going to shift your behavior from the left to the right. As a 3-year-old, you are being managed by external events around you. As a 30-year-old, you better be being regulated by your thoughts, by what you are anticipating, by the things you hold in mind. That's a shift from external to internal control. That is going to lead you away from being controlled by others, which 3-year-olds are, to self-management. You no longer need other people to wake you up in the morning, for instance. That is going to lead to a third shift. You are going to go from being preoccupied entirely with the now to increasingly being concerned about the future. And the older you get, the further out you anticipate. This is going to go from being a matter of a few hours in early elementary school to about 8 to 12 hours by age 7 or 8, to about 2 to 3 days by adolescence, to 12 weeks by the time you're an adult. By age 30, the average decision made by the average adult on the average day is 8 to 12 weeks. That's how far out the average adult anticipates the future. Oh, they can anticipate it further out if it's necessary. But on average, our window on time is 2 to 3 months. Just look at your calendars. You'll see when you start to write things in them. That is going to change your behavior from being concerned only with immediate consequences to being concerned with delayed consequences, deferred gratification. So, to summarize, this executive system is there to help you self-regulate and organize your behavior across time to anticipate the future. And the future you are anticipating is the social future. The frontal lobe is a social organ. As Diamond argued, it is the seat of our social intelligence. It is where we regulate our social behavior. And it probably emerged initially as a basis for social cooperation, because we do something very few species do. We live with other members of our species with whom we may not be related, and we share. We cooperate, we reciprocate, but most importantly, we keep score. You don't think so? Just stop repaying your favors and see how many friends you have. All right. Test your friendships real quick if you stop reciprocity. So let's take a look at these executive functions very quickly, because we're getting a very good idea of what they do. The visual imagery system, the ability to sense to yourself, which comes very early, is probably the basis for all human social exchange. We use images to keep track of who we owe and who owes us, and we can usually keep track of about 100 to 150 people in that frontal lobe. You have a giant Excel spreadsheet in your frontal lobe, and it is for bookkeeping. You use images of the past in order to understand who you paid, who owes you, how much, when, and what it's worth. But if you can hold images in mind, even if it originated for this kind of reciprocity and cooperation, you can now copy the behavior of other people, because all imitation and vicarious learning is based on holding an image of what other people do in your head. And if you can do that, you can use other people's behavior as your own. You don't need to learn things anymore. You can just watch people. And by watching what they do and what happens, you can use what you saw to change yourself. By the way, as I go through this list, each of these is a deficit created by ADHD. There's an interesting prediction. Children with ADHD cannot use the behavior of others to change their own behavior. They can't use the experiences they witness to alter themselves. Oh, they saw it. It just doesn't matter. Other kids can be punished for fighting on the playground. This child will still fight. They will have to experience life firsthand. So they're going to hit the hard knocks a lot more often than other people. This is the system that lets you look back, to look ahead, to get ready. Hindsight, foresight, and anticipation of future events. ADHD children are not going to be doing that very well. And if you look back to look ahead, you get a sense of time. And now you know why ADHD destroys the sense of time. Adult ADHD is the consummate disorder of time management. And that's because people with ADHD cannot use their sense of time. It's part of the frontal lobe deficit. The second executive function, self-speech, is where we talk to ourselves. This is where we reason with ourselves. We self-question. We self-direct rules to ourselves. It's where we internalize the instructions given to us by others or the ones we create ourselves. And they work. They serve to guide our behavior in a rule-governed fashion. People with ADHD will find language to be very weak at influencing their behavior until adulthood. They will be delayed in the ability to use words, language, and instructions as a form of guidance, which is why they don't do what you tell them to do. It's not willful disobedience. It's a failure of language to control the motor system. But this is also the source of reading comprehension, because if you can talk to yourself in your head, you can hold the words you're reading in mind. And that leads to a deeper comprehension of what you've read, heard, or seen. So we should find that adult ADHD is associated with a progressive deficit in comprehending what we read, see, and hear. And then, of course, internal rules are the basis for morality. So we should find some delay in the ability to morally govern our behavior. We've talked about the emotion motivational system, so I won't go any further into that. This is where we modify our emotions and create our motivational states, which is the basis for persistence, self-discipline, willpower. Finally, The ability to internalize our play gives rise to the ability to generate multiple options when we are faced with a problem. And if this system isn't working very well, people tend to fall back on overlearned, outdated, ineffective behavior. By the way, this system also involves putting behavior together to solve the problem, stringing a sequence of actions together. So we should see that people with ADHD have a lot of trouble with problem solving in their mind, with generating multiple possibilities for getting things done, and then with following the one that's most effective in doing so. But we should also see that they have trouble stringing behavior together in a proper sequence. And we will see this no better than in their speech. Ask a high school student with ADHD to stand up and tell you what they read in history last night, and you will get massive disfluency. This is what it will look like. Right? History. I think I read that. Yeah, I did. I know I did. Okay. It's in Boston. I'm sure of that. And there's a guy with a horse. Yeah, there's a horse in there. Something about a church and some lanterns. Give me a moment. God, I love horseback riding. You guys like horses? We go to Charlottesville, Virginia every summer. Man, is that a cool place. Because we have a horse farm down there. And you know, when you're there, if you go there, there's a fantastic barbecue place right at the corner of the downtown. And what did you ask me? Yeah, you're laughing because what you have just seen are two executive failures. I couldn't hold the goal in mind. That's working memory. And I could not assemble the behavior to attain it. And that's this module. So what do you get? You get the correct statements. They're concrete, superficial, out of sequence. And finally, the goal is lost and the conversation has wandered. So you will see a lot of circumlocution and verbal wandering in ADHD adults because they lose the goal they were talking about. And then they can't sequence the information very well either. By the way, you'll see this in writing, you'll see this in speech, and you'll see this in behavior. What does this mean for ADHD? ADHD is not an attention disorder, it's a blindness to the future. It is a myopia to the impending future events. You are nearsighted in time, which means that the child and adult with ADHD are going to wait until the future is imminent. And then they will try to deal with it. But as long as the future stays out there, I don't have to deal with that. The closer it gets, the more I'm going to organize toward it. But I can't really do much about it until it's the 11th hour. And then I will race around, try to slap things together in a hapdash manner to get it done. ADHD creates a nearsightedness to time so that the person with the disorder cannot organize to the delayed future, but only to the imminent future. And so everything in life becomes a crisis. But the crisis was avoidable, and no one has any patience with this because they see this as a moral failing. You could have chosen to get ready, but you didn't. It is phrased as a form of laziness. This layabout, ne'er-do-well, carefree, careless attitude that you could change if you wanted to, right? But we know it as the executive failure it really is. This disorder precludes you from organizing across time. So you live in the moment, and you cannot organize very large, hierarchically sequenced behavior across time. It means that future-directed behavior is intentional behavior, which means ADD is actually IDD, intention deficit disorder. I don't seem to be able to accomplish most of the things I intended to do. You can call that a short attention span, but I think intention deficit disorder captures it much better. Now, the frontal lobes, the executive system is where you take what you know and you apply it in your daily life. It is not where you know something, it is where you use what you know. The back part of the brain acquires knowledge. The front part of the brain puts it in play. ADHD has separated these two like a meat cleaver. So it really doesn't matter what you know. You can't use it as effectively as other people can. ADHD is a performance disorder. You can't perform the things you know how to do. It is not a knowledge disorder. Most people with ADHD know about as much as anybody else from their neighborhood with their education in that school at that age. But they can't use it, not to anywhere near the degree of effectiveness of others. So people with ADHD know what to do, but they can't do what they know. One of the things we have known in neuropsychology is that if you wish to treat an executive disorder, a performance disorder, the only way to treat it is to change the point of performance. The point of performance is the place out there in life where you should be using this knowledge, and for some reason, you can't seem to do it. So all treatment must be at the point of performance, and if it's not, it won't work. No amount of treatment done away from that place will solve that problem. Only changing that place will solve that problem. You have to restructure the environment to help them show what they know. So what does this mean? It means that teaching skills is a waste of time because they won't be used. Skills are knowledge, and these people already have most of the skills anyway. But even if you teach them new ones, the likelihood that they will get implemented is pretty slim. I can hand any adult a list of time management recommendations, and I can guarantee you that most of them will never get used. In fact, the paper will be lost on the way home because it will blow up under the front seat of the car, and then you'll forget that it's there. Or if you do remember that it's there, you'll tape it to the refrigerator, but you won't look at it. And if you do, you'll say, I really should be doing those things. These are really cool things. This is what I really need help with. And then you'll just go about behaving impulsively anyway, and you'll come back in and say, Dr. Barkley, those were great ideas. Did you do them? Well, I'm working on it. Boy, I find that hard to, you see what I'm talking about? This is not a knowledge disorder. It never was. It's a problem with using what you know. And no sheet of paper corrects for a performance disorder. You have to design the point of performance around the individual. The phrase we like to use is designing prosthetic environments. We're going to use prostheses, little artificial things around the patient in order to help them. I'll give you some suggestions in a moment. But let's remember that the most effective treatment is done where the problem occurs, not away from the problem. This means that medication is going to be needed for most cases of ADHD because we now know how medications alter genes in the brain to change these neural networks. So that drugs like the stimulants and atomoxetine are actually forms of genetic therapy. They literally are modifying the neurogenetic impact of the disorder in the brain. Unfortunately, like insulin, they only do it temporarily, only while they're in the bloodstream in the brain. And once they wash out, the brain goes back to being the executive deficit brain that it was previously. But this gives a very clear rationale for why medications are essential for this disorder. This is not a socially created construct that we're using medication as a Band-Aid to paper over as if we were putting mental straitjackets on people with ADHD. Medication can now be rephrased as neurogenetic intervention. Now, I just made a case for being excused from the consequences of your actions, but I really haven't, because you see, in this theory, the most important thing is not the consequences. It was the delay to the consequence. What hurts people with ADHD is that most natural consequences of any importance are delayed. And the longer they're delayed, the more disabled you become. So the way to deal with ADHD is not to dismiss consequences. That would make it worse. It is to tighten up the accountability, to bring those consequences closer in time. More frequent, more immediate, more salient accountability over time. That's what we're going to talk about in my next lecture. So the point here isn't to dismiss accountability, it's to tighten it up. Individuals with ADHD need more, not less, accountability. So we're going to need to modify points of performance and create little prosthetic devices, and behavior modification becomes one means of doing so. So you now know why we have to do behavior modification, because it creates artificial environments that weren't previously there in order to compensate for these executive deficits. But because we have to change the natural environment, the success of any treatment is contingent on the compassion of other people in that environment. How willing are they to help you modify the point of performance? And if they're not on board, and if they're not willing or compassionate, it's going to be very difficult. Not impossible, but quite difficult. So we come to view ADHD, therefore, like diabetes, a long-term chronic disorder that can be successfully managed, but it requires modifying environments, lifestyles, behaviors of the individual. So a chronic disability view of ADHD is a much better view than the attention deficit view of ADHD. So to summarize, we can think of ADHD as a disorder of inhibition that disrupts the executive system and leads to failures in self-regulation. And since the purpose of the executive system is to organize over time and get ready for the futures in life, that is what ADHD is robbing the individual of a capacity to do. Organize across time to the future. Now, how can we change that point of performance? Well, if you can't hold things in mind, put them outside of you. You need to externalize key pieces of information at these crucial points in life. This is where sticky notes, charts, lists, cards, reminders, PDAs, computers, anything you can think of, I don't care. The issue here is not what you do. It's why you have to do it. ADHD has destroyed the working memory system. You can't hold things in mind, so don't. Write them down. One of the most effective things an adult with ADHD can do is carry a journal that is chained to your body if necessary. And in it, you will write what you agree to do and what others tell you to do. And that is your working memory. You are going to use an external resource to compensate for an internal working memory problem. So whether it's digital memory recorders, whether it's a journal, whether it's cards, whether it's notes, you need to do it. I remember being picked up once at the airport in Cedar Falls, Iowa, by a drug rep who was adult ADHD, a friend of mine. And I got in the car and he picked me up and I looked at the dashboard and I was stunned. You know what was on that dashboard? 60 sticky notes. 60, right? Spread all over the dashboard. Now, I understood that. He had all his notes at the point of performance and they were in the right sequence in which he had to call on these various docs and get things done. What concerned me to no end is he'd covered the speedometer. Damn. I knew I was in trouble then, right? As we will see in my next presentation, driving is a major problem. But the point is this: the more externally represented the information is, the more compelling it is, and the more likely it is to elicit the action you need to do. You need to be using external prompts and cues, however you do it. Now, you have no internal clock that you can reliably call upon. You have a distortion in the internal sense of time. So you're going to need external temporal references. Young children will need cooking timers. Older adults may need watches that vibrate and go off at various hours. You may need computers with Outlook that signals you 20 to 30 minutes before a deadline.
Well, I want to just stop and put a little bit of my spin on it, firstly. Also, everybody in the chat, I really appreciate y'all being here and you sharing your experiences. I'm proud of all of you. I know you've all gone through different things in different ways, handled differently. However, each and every one of you, I guarantee, has gotten through every single day before this, and you can do it again. I know that. So, even if you have to spend the whole night here hanging out. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is stop something. That was what the beginning of this presentation was about. I'm not very good at it either. I don't drink alcohol because I very quickly devolve into a very drunk mess and I'm sick for days and it's just not good. So, uh, you won't find a lot of that here, but I do use THC quite a bit and I drink coffee like a maniac. And also, what I was reminded of is Amy in the chat mentioned a question, which was alcohol or cigarettes harder to kick? She has friends who's kicked alcohol but can't stop cigarettes. Now, interestingly enough, um, nicotine has been shown to treat ADHD. So they've done research on the nicotinic receptors being very, very useful for treating ADHD. So you can imagine people with undiagnosed, untreated, or undertreated ADHD will often find nicotine naturally as a thing that helps them through without them even knowing that they're getting help necessarily from it. I used to smoke a pack a day. That was almost 15 years ago, but I quickly went from not smoking to smoking immediately, like a lot, because it did help. It was great, like seriously. And obviously this isn't a pro smoking episode, but the way that I quit was a being pregnant and like the guilt associated with that. Although um that just still wasn't quite enough. And then secondly, I used weed. Truthfully, I just smoked like vaped weed in exchange for THC or in exchange for nicotine. And because the harm factors are way less, although it is not as ideal to be high, quote unquote. However, there are many ways around it. Some of the best, and you know, if you can switch from cigarettes to like a vape and start at a high nicotine level and then go down, that's probably the best way to get off the physical cigarettes. But there's a lot of like um, routine or like ritual associated with drug use and with um, addiction. Sometimes it's not about the high in the end, it's about how you get there. And it's important to recognize every single minute of sobriety as a win and not necessarily look at any slip ups as fails, whether that be with cigarettes, alcohol, drugs, porn, whatever you're trying to not watch or do or be part of, unless it's court. Now, no, it's not about you, Kane. It's about everybody. Like, this is just the way it is. So, hi, Kesha. Um, I think there are people in the world that need medications in order to balance them and give them a bit of an even playing field. I wrote a poem once about ADHD and like the medication. Actually, maybe I'll find it. Oh, here, squirrel. I'm gonna let this play while I do. I'm gonna look for the poem and we'll see what it says. But this reminds me of that.
But you are going to need to use external temporal guidance devices, things like week at a glance calendars, PDAs, and other means of organizing your life. But time must be represented externally and not just rely on your internal sense of time. You cannot anticipate that future and deal with it across time. So the best thing to do is to break the future into pieces and do a piece a day. And other people can help you do this. So take the long-term goals, break them into their baby steps. Go back to those little mini behavioral structures I showed you, that the frontal lobe is supposed to be organizing the higher level structures, and do a step a day, a sequence a day. And then you can have baby steps across time, and when the future gets here, you're ready. All of that will be for nothing if you don't have some external means of motivating you to do these things. So you need to arrange for consequences around you for getting things done. One of the best ways to do that is to make yourself accountable to others, because social consequences can be very motivating. But you may also need to arrange other privileges, other rewards that you find interesting, valuable, in order for you to get your goals done. And these things need to be soon, immediate. Don't tell yourself that if I work for a month, I'm going to allow myself to go out and buy some new clothes or get some iPhone or iPod or download of music or whatever. This needs to be something within the day, not outside the day. The nearer you bring the consequence, the more motivating it will be. You also need to use manual problem solving. So if you have things that need to get done, instead of just doing them in your head, try to do them with your hands as much as you can as well. Take mental arithmetic. Instead of striving to do it up here, you could be doing it with physical things. You could have marbles, a number line, an abacus, a calculator, or the calculator in the laptop. You're going to need some external means of representing and manipulating the problem. So however best you are able to do that, try to do so. But this is how you solve the 5 executive difficulties. By going backward in their development. They were once external, they have become internal. We need to make them external once again. And if we do that, along with medication, you should be able to compensate for these executive problems. But if you persist in viewing ADHD as an attention disorder, you will learn nothing. Thank you very much.
Hi, Georgia Peach. This is a late night kitchen court cases special presentation on ADHD, and it is also a meeting of minds. There's more of it, Jonathan, and lots and lots of different presentations from him. I have a few others, but um, so for those of you that may be just joining us, this is going to be a very like this stream, like I said, is just such an off-topic thing for me, but I find it really important. I think all of you guys are um, unique in your own way. You bring your different perspectives on things. And I think that the more we know about, like, these are when we see people that don't come to court, that don't take care of their stuff for seemingly no reason, I often think to myself, oh, ADHD, like that makes a lot of sense. Like something that was very simple that could have and should have been dealt with that doesn't get dealt with. I always just think to myself, wow. And this doctor, Dr. Barkley, this way, sorry, can't get used to the flip. Um, so this this doctor, Dr. Barkley, has other talks, and he speaks in one of them about how he um, now, see, this is where I think my ADHD is slightly different and maybe unique. And I'm not saying that I think everybody's is, but where mine is a bit different because he talks about driving records. And standardly, most people with ADHD have very poor driving records. They'll have a very good self reported driving standard. They think they are good drivers, but empirically, they are not. Now, aside from the story I told the other night where I got my license suspended, again, like for an ADD thing, not getting my license renewed, um, I really have never had any accidents or car issues, and I'm very, very conscientious driver. But here's the thing, I have no visual imagery. So there's never, like, when people talk about daydreaming, I never understood it. Like, so now I realize, like, oh, are the people driving around with freaking movies playing in their head, and that's why they're getting distracted and driving into stuff? Like, it makes a lot more sense as to why I'm a good freaking driver, but because there's no distraction at all. Like, it's just my in, um, you know, in my brain. Oh, and Kane, I agree. I think that people But here's the thing, I do believe that there are people that give second chances, give third, fourth, fifth, a billionth chances to people that have properly served their time. I think the judicial system does a disservice to people by dragging cases out so long because it really, just like the doctor has said, especially for somebody with a neurodivergent brain, you're removing the consequence so far away that it is literally doing nothing. You think it might, it's not going to. Do you know what the ADHD rate in prisons are and then what the recidivism rate is? They're just like it's uncanny how high the rates of ADHD are with amongst prisoners. And again, it is because of silly things like not getting your driver's license renewed on time and then you get on the suspension train. And then a lot of these things require a lot of executive functioning to get out of. Now, um, so the the hard part for me is that I think that like all drugs should be totally legal, that the government should sell drugs, that they should sell good drugs, like the good ones. You want anything you want, you should be able to go to the drugstore, a real drugstore, and pay, but you'll be paying a lot of money for it. But with the funds that you'll get from the recreational user who is very, very likely to patron a government store if they know it's safe, etc. You can then reinvest those funds. You can tax the crap. And once you remove the sort of criminality behind it, that's going to be not where they make money anymore in criminal organizations. If your government's selling it, and then you can really focus and zoom in on the people that are having addiction issues and try and help them as opposed to worrying about people buying drugs as a whole. Um, Kane, the reality is, and I believe this, meth is a uh, drug that is made by people like it's not naturally derived, it's a chemical concoction, and so that leaves it open to a lot of adulteration and infiltration in even more so than something like the Coke, where it comes from a plant to begin with. And so the problem is, like, a lot of people have used meth for many years of their life and led very successful and law abiding lives other than that fact. It's when bad meth comes into play that you very quickly see people devolve. And it's the adulterants and the other stuff that's in it that is really, really bad. Um, Fentanyl is, I know very much about fentanyl. The reality about fentanyl is that fentanyl is not dangerous in itself to people if they know the dosage. It's used in hospitals all the time. What's dangerous is something called carfentanil, which is the like veterinary level version of it that is being manufactured in China illegally and then imported. And then they are not properly dosing it out. And so that's where the issue comes from with fentanyl, to be honest with you. It's not with real fentanyl. If you're lucky enough to get your hands on a fentanyl pill or patch that you know the dosage of, the likelihood of you ODing on that is like very slim. So what the main issue for illicit fentanyl use is illicit fentanyl, fake fentanyl. And the problem once again with criminalizing drug use is once you do that, people don't look for help or seek help. And so the quality of the product is bad. And there used to be, some sort of honor amongst thieves, if you will, um, where you didn't want to kill your customers, obviously. I've explained this before. It's the same when people talk about lacing marijuana. Drug dealers that are selling things to you will never, ever, ever lace something without telling you and charging you for it. You're not going to get it for free. Now, personally, with your friends or people you may think are your friends and are partying with, yeah, they may lace something up. But nobody gives away those kinds of drugs for free like that to try and get you hooked secretly. But that's what I thought when I was a kid because I went through the DARE program, which is to like prevent drug use. And I literally thought somebody was going to sneak in my bedroom at night and inject me with heroin to get me addicted. That's what I thought. And the the funny part about that is that that's not who to be afraid of. The real scary part is the pharmaceutical sort of area there and where people are taking that's where they're getting hooked on that and then they go to the street for cheaper drugs. Um I think I don't know anything about those um methadone or Vivitrol. What I know, or Suboxone, sorry. What I know about them is that they are inhibiting drugs which prevent the euphoric effect of an opiate, I believe. I do know that people absolutely get addicted to Suboxone and abuse that in its own way. I also know that people that are not dealing with their underlying pain and issues tend to find other ways to medicate that will work very creatively. Um, I think that uh, it can only probably be a part of somebody's journey if they are embracing it and wanting to use it, and they feel respected while using it. Um, I know of a program that was implemented in Vancouver, and they gave a different sort of take on it, where instead of providing methadone, they provided um, medical grade heroin for people without question. And so they would be allowed to come to a designated office every single day, up to 3 times a day for whatever dosage they wanted to use. And they were not charged for it and they were not criminalized for it. And what they found with these people was the rates of criminality went down to almost nothing. The housing rates and the actually employment rates went way up, and people began to self wean off of the opiates when not faced with a sort of this is it or nothing. Like they were able to make those decisions once their life was slightly stabilized. There's also another program I know of in Winnipeg where um, they have a housing first policy. And so, regardless of, and Winnipeg, you have to understand, is in the middle of Canada, the center of Canada. I've never been, but it is cold as apparently, like beyond cold. People die outside. And so, um, I applaud them for this policy. I think it's Winnipeg. But anyway, so the program, however, understands that just because you put somebody in a program, first of all, the likelihood of them getting clean to begin with is very slim. But, you know, on somebody else's timeline and as opposed to theirs, just like when it's available, when it should happen, all these things. And so what this program recognized instead was, I guess, a policy considered housing first. So instead of them saying to somebody, "Oh, you can't drink in this housing facility because we want people to get clean and sober," they deliver a daily allowance of alcohol to the people that live there. And there's not any sort of shame or whatever about it. Um, Again, what you find with these situations when you house somebody, when you give them access to their default de facto drug of choice that has been working in the past until you can stabilize and get them into whatever will work with less detriment, then you get much better results. The last study that I will talk about is one regarding methamphetamine use and the relapse rates there. Um, it is admirable for people when they get off of that. It's a huge, huge thing to do. And I think we can all probably agree that that is the drug we hear about almost the most, other than alcohol, within the court cases that we've listened to. And one of the studies I read about that program or tried to do something where they literally paid for clean urine tests. And it wasn't that they were paying a lot of money. It was the somehow the reward dopamine sort of system really worked well, especially for meth users. And so this very somewhat nominal amount really actually showed huge impact versus a control group that was given the same sort of things but not given the sort of money payback program. And it it worked better. Uh, Again, the cost of that program, while people might say, "Oh, well, that's crazy, like you're paying people, to do right, to do what we all do anyways." Well, yeah, but imagine what the cost of that program is compared to the cost of policing or bylaw enforcement or, um, you know, hear something outside my house. I have really good hearing though, so it could just be like a cat or a deer or my daughter. Anyways, I think that there's multiple different ways of approaching it, but it mainly stems from a decriminalization and a legalization, and also a governmentization, governmentaling, publicizing. I don't, how would they put that? In Canada, we would call it a crown corporation or being like a government organization. But I believe that the government, if they want to fight drugs, Well, your old plan wasn't working, so I got a new idea for you. It's a little bit radical. And the same thing too, I am all about legalizing prostitution. I think that should be absolutely legal. I have had an idea where I can run a really great brothel, but the key is this, like the girls or women, people that come to the place to work, in their intake interview, I would be like, okay, so what is going on in your life right now that is causing you to be here that we need to take care of? And I would like deal with that first and not make them work. And then I would like really be sure that that was what they wanted to do. And if they did, then we have a spot. But in reality, like there's people that are willing to and happy to be part of that trade and to be paid well to do it. And the thing is that if you do that and you remove the prostitution from the streets, you make it safer for all of those people. What ends up happening is, yet again, you remove the criminality aspect of it. People can imbibe as they wish. And then when you have a problem, it's much easier to identify. Um, Pain management, again, same another thing where people are not believed often when they're in so much pain, even though we like it's quite obvious that people are in pain. And I think that THC is great for that for a lot of people, but it's been, smeared in a way that makes it difficult to access properly. Um, yeah, I think that I don't know. I think there are um, ways for all of us to um, do better for the kids that are coming after us, our children, our children's children, and that is just one day at a time. And everybody makes mistakes. So, even if you mess up, it's okay. I mess up a lot. That's what ADD makes you do. And back to Dr. Barkley. Thanks, ADD. Um, I realize why, my brain is hardwired in a way that it is. Um, I urge anybody, seriously, there are many ways and many places to reach out that are local, plus on here, absolutely. Life does suck sometimes. There's no getting around that. I'm not even gonna lie about that. But no life sucks more. It's just the truth of the matter. So, um, even if it's 1 second at a time, it's 1 second at a time. And that's okay. We can do almost anything for 1 second. I promise. Um, I believe you that jail is absolutely terrible. I thank my lucky stars every day that all I've done in my life, I've never been jailed. And some of the kids that we see, some of the cases that we see have done much less than I've done and are in worse situations. So sometimes it's luck of the draw, and sometimes it's how the cards are stacked against you and what happened in your past to set you up to where you are. But I think that um, but Kane, I'm not really worried about those. I think your being here tonight and your words tonight mean more than any of those pictures online. And your growth and your ability to see when the path is going the other way, that takes a lot too. It's important. Um, what city was I talking about when I was talking about what was it? The the program where they were giving away the drugs, Amy? Is that the one you're asking about? Oh, night. Okay, I got one more video for us and then we're going to 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 call it. But let's watch this last just 13-minute video and see how we do. Man, everyone just piled dishes in my damn kitchen. On the auspices of not being on camera and nobody's doing dishes anymore. Gosh, how's that happening?
So I want you to understand that you have a brain. The back part of it is where you learn. The front part is where you do. Knowledge, performance, knowing, doing. And ADHD splits them apart. I don't care what you know, you won't use it. You can be the brightest kid in the world, not going to matter. So you got a real problem on your hands because you can know stuff and you won't do stuff. That's a serious problem called a performance disorder. So what we know about ADHD is it's going to put all 5 of those levels at risk because it interferes with all 7 executive functions, and you're going to have time blindness, and you won't be able to aim your behavior toward the future, to care for yourself as effectively as other people are able to do. You have intention deficit disorder. You have a disorder of performance, not knowledge. You know what to do, but can't do it. You have a disorder of the when and the where, not the what and the how. Your problem is not with knowing what to do. It's with doing what you know. What does that mean? It means that all interventions must be out at that place in the environment where you're not doing what you know to help you show what you know. I have to create scaffolding around you to help you do this. What does this mean for treatment? Teaching skills is inadequate. It won't work. You can sit down with somebody with ADHD and tell them what they need to do. Good luck, right? It's not even going to leave your office. You act like they're stupid. They're not. They know what to do. They know what you're telling them to do, right? They're not going to do it. When they get out there, that information has no controlling value over their life. And it ticks you off. You start to interpret it as a motivational problem. But the only way to deal with executive deficits is to re-engineer the environment around them to help them show what they know. And all treatments must be out there in their life where you have to build that scaffolding. All of this in ADHD is due to neurogenetic deficits, and that means that medication is absolutely justifiable. After all, if you have a neurogenetic disorder, then neurogenetic therapies have a role to play in your disorder, and they do. 80% of people with ADHD will be on medication at some point in their life. And good thing, it's the most effective thing we have. There are other things we can do, but that's the most effective. Now, you might be able to train up some of these executive functions. We don't know that yet. We don't know whether practicing working memory actually helps you in life. There's no evidence that it does at this point, at least convincingly, but there's a possibility. What we do know is we are not going to excuse you from your mistakes, because the problem you're having is not with consequences, so why would I excuse them? The problem you're having is with the delay to the consequence. All important social consequences are delayed consequences, and that's your problem, time. So the solution to anybody's problem with an executive deficit is to tighten up accountability, to make you more accountable more often to other people with more consequences, artificial as they may need to be, but I need to bring consequences very close to you in time. So I'm not going to excuse your behavior. I'm actually going to hold you more accountable than other people. And that is why we do BMOD. BMOD allows me to sprinkle artificial consequences all throughout the environment to improve your functioning. And that means that the success of my intervention is based on the willingness of other people in the natural environment to make those changes. If they're not willing to build ramps, so to speak, to build the scaffolding, it's not going to work. The stakeholders have to be involved. It means that ADHD is the diabetes of psychiatry. It's a chronic disorder that must be managed every day to prevent the secondary harms it's going to cause. But there is no cure for this disorder. Now, about 1 in 6 people might outgrow it, maybe as many as 1 in 3. Not sure yet. But the vast majority, 2/3, are going to continue to be ADHD in adulthood. And they need to view ADHD as diabetes of the brain. It's a chronic disorder. So here are the things that my theory tells you to do to help people with executive deficits. This is what I told you this morning. This is the take-home cash value of shifting your framework from an attention disorder to an executive disorder. And the theory tells you all 6 things you got to do. Step 1, you have to make mental information physical. You must externalize the information because working memory is shot. That means we have to use cues, signs, charts, reminders, do lists. I got to put stuff in your visual field to remind you of what needs to be done right here, right now. Make it external again. The next thing I have to do is make time physical, real, through clocks, timers, counters, watch minders, anything I can enlist that is going to put time outside of you so that you can see it passing and judge your performance relative to it, because you have no clock. We got to put one in your visual field. I'm going to have to take lengthy assignments because they involve spans of time, and get rid of time. Make them small quotas, little baby steps over the bridge in time. A little bit of work done frequently over time, and we'll get you there. But you will not do book reports and science projects and other things on your own. You can't. Those involve delays, and you can't handle delays. So the best way to solve the problem is get rid of the delay and bring it back into the now through little steps. Break all long-term projects into baby steps. Do a baby step a day. You get there. But if you don't do that, they're not doing it. You have to make motivation external. They can't create internal motivation. They are dependent on the environment for their motivation. You must put the consequences in the now, or they will not work for you. This is what video games do and what homework does not, which is why they can play video games for hours and not do their homework for more than a few minutes. Video games provide external continuous reinforcement. Homework does nothing. Video games do not need internal motivation, whereas homework does. So you've got to create motivation. You're going to start to have to make a deal with your kids. What's in it for them? What are you putting in it for them? What are you creating? What's the reward? What's the points? What's the token? What's the sex, the drugs, and the money? Whatever it is, you're going to have to negotiate a deal. There has to be a consequence or it isn't going to get done. You have to make problem solving manual. Remember, they cannot do mental manipulations like other people. This is why they can't do digit span backward, but it has nothing to do with digit span. They can't hold things in mind and move them around as well as other people. So don't make them do it. Put it in their hands. If they have a math problem to solve, give them marbles, a number line, an abacus, a calculator. Let them do the problem manually, or at least assist the mental problem solving with manual pieces to it. It's the principle that matters, people. You can come up with lots of ideas here. And then finally, and this is the most important, the executive system has a limited fuel tank, and you can spend it out real quick. Every time you use an executive function and you use it continuously, you empty the tank. And if you get to the bottom of the tank in the next situation, you will have no self-control. This is the ADHD child after school, gone. And you want to do homework? You're out of your mind. So you got to refuel that tank, and that tank has a very limited capacity. So how do we refuel the tank? Interesting, there are lots of things we have discovered to boost the tank. The use of rewards and positive emotions, the use of self-statements of effectiveness. I can do this. I know I can do this. This is the locker room pep talk before the game, helps to boost motivation. In addition to that, you need to take 10-minute breaks very often, indeed more often. You need to break tasks down into smaller units and take frequent breaks. And during those breaks, a little relaxation and meditation helps to refuel the tank.
Stop using the executive system for a few minutes and give it a chance to restore its fuel tank. This is why we talk about the 10 and 3 rule with ADHD children. 10 minutes of work, 3-minute break. 10 and 3, 10 and 3. But you can't do more than 10. You're starting to empty the tank. Give them a chance to refuel the tank. What does this say about keeping kids in for recess when they don't get all their homework done? You just shot yourself in the foot. And that leads me to the next thing. Visualizing and talking about the future rewards will help you boost the tank, and so does physical exercise. Routine aerobic exercise boosts the tank, refuels it, and creates a bigger tank. Everybody with ADHD should be involved in an exercise program because research shows it benefits this disorder better than any other psychiatric disorder. And now you know why. It helps to refuel that tank. And finally, the fuel in the tank is sugar in the bloodstream in the frontal lobe. Blood glucose in the frontal lobe is directly correlated with executive abilities. What does that mean? If you have an extensive task involving your executive brain, like an exam that you have to do, you better be sipping on some lemonade or a Gatorade or a sports drink. Sipping, not gulping. Right? You're going to have to keep your blood sugar way up so that you keep this fuel tank partially restored. So this is the opposite of what people once thought. Sugar hurts people with ADHD. No, it does not and never did. But it may well help them if it's in fluid form that can get into the brain very quickly. You got to keep that blood glucose up. Those are the things you can do to boost the fuel tank. There are various approaches on the market for adults and college students with ADHD that incorporate these ideas. Russ Ramsey's program, which is cognitive behavioral therapy, does a pretty good job of it. I'm not going to go through this with you. Steve Safran's program, even better, because it's based on this model of executive functioning. So Steve talks about what you can do to boost executive functioning in adults who are on medication, but they have to be on medication. And the most recent one came out this March. It is the most heavily executive in nature. It is Mary Salanto's program for training executive functioning in adults with ADHD. These are the 3 tested programs that have been shown to boost medication effects in adults with ADHD, and all of them target those deficits in the executive brain as part of their models. So what have you learned today? You've learned that ADHD is not an attention disorder. You've learned that it's an executive disorder, that the executive system is a very complex multi-level system like driving. It is not one level of cognition, and that's all it is. It's multi-level, it's complex, and it extends into our daily life. You know that ADHD disrupts that system through behavioral inhibition and wiping out all the other executive abilities, which puts you at risk for failing in your executive activities in your daily life. People with ADHD have problems in all dimensions of executive functioning in their daily life. And that is going to lead them to have great difficulty in getting along with other people, building up friendships, networks, cooperatives, subordinating their interests to others, all the things in life that involve executive functioning, from money management to driving to friendships to families and so on, are at grave risk in this disorder because they all depend on this executive system. So we are going to have to help people with ADHD build the scaffolding around them and use the medication as neurogenetic therapy with them in order to compensate for these executive deficits. We're going to have to design prosthetic environments around them. You know, the beauty of ADHD is it's the most treatable disorder in psychiatry. There is no disorder that we treat that has as many medications and as many psychosocial treatments that are as effective as these are for as many people, producing more change than any other medications and psychosocial treatments for these individuals. Do you know that 55% of people on medication are normalized? 90% of them respond? Do you know that the effects of ADHD medications are 3 times that of anxiety drugs and antidepressants that you all give away like candy in your practice? We have huge effective drugs on our hands here that we can use. And we also have very effective psychosocial interventions. This is the most treatable disorder that we face. The biggest problem is most people don't get treatment. 40% of children and 90% of adults with ADHD are not recognized or treated for their disorder. That's the problem. Not that we're over-treating, we are under-treating. And we're under-treating the most treatable disorder in psychiatry. Thank you. You're welcome. You are welcome. Right on time. Shall I close the fire hydrant? I know you're all going, no more, no more. I can't take it. There's too much information, right? Luckily, this will be on the internet, so you need to go back and review it, and you have your handouts as
I'm sure for some of you, this may not be resonating, but for others, and maybe if you're similar to me, this might be like mind blowing the way he's phrasing all of these things because it is very, very, very illuminating as to why certain things happen and why some situations are easy and others are really difficult. And, you know, going through life, especially if you're an adult and an older adult, you have been compensating in different ways to account for this in your life, likely, that make it hard. It's masking of this disorder for adults. But what often happens is certain things may change and life just becomes a way harder in really sort of inexplicable ways. Um, I hold on a second. I think that every Dr. Barkley has been really formative for me in like the way he seems to explain it. Um, and it helps to show this to like people that are in your life that have AD or that don't have it because it's very understanding. Like it rings with them as well. Oh, here's one thing which I'll read at this moment. This is a poem that I wrote about ADHD medicine. It's called Pill Bottle. When the pill bottle is full and you reach in freely with an ease to your movements, you know it won't last. It never does. 90 days, says the bottle, laughing at you. Sometimes you try and trick yourself by hiding a stash here or there, but you always know where they are, and they are always there. Tomorrow is something to be dealt with. Today is now. As it empties, and you have to reach your fingers in deeper and deeper, you calculate, frantically try and rationalize the number of days left with the dwindling supply of magic. And then the anger comes. Angry you can't just have more pills. Why can't you? And when the bottle is empty, and all the nooks and crannies have been gone through, the weight of the whole world lowers itself back onto your shoulders, and you once again can't. That's by me. Kane, I don't know what you said, but Streamlabs is like, she's in the middle of something. I'm gonna go ahead and just interrupt now. This one's not a big deal though, guys, because this one's gonna be, I'll probably like, I'm not too worried about it. Anyways. But yes, I hope you enjoyed that. There's a few of you left here. Do you want me to keep going or are you ready to go to bed? Because I have one more that is like super formative and amazing to listen to. And I don't mind staying up because I'm going to be up anyways. So we can do 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. Okay. Like I needed more than 1. Like this is part of ADHD. Like my management technique is literally like I need to have 11 people approximately who are sort of doing shit with me. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to get this going, and then
This one is going to be on the role of emotional dysregulation in ADHD and what that means for understanding comorbid disorders, but especially for diagnosis and management of ADHD. So again, more slides than I probably have time to cover, but we'll do the best we can to get through this in the brief hour that we have together. And I will try to leave some room at the end for question and answer as well. So I want to review with you the nature of emotion itself and especially self-regulation of emotion. Then I'm going to go through 7 lines of reasoning, of argument and evidence as to why emotion is as central to ADHD as are the attention problems and the other traditional DSM-based symptoms. And then we're going to summarize some of the research on the impact that emotional dysregulation has in major life activities of these individuals. I also want to talk about some of the findings with regard to diagnosis and treatment. So those are our objectives. We have a lot to go over, so let's get started. The current clinical view of ADHD, as I briefly mentioned it this morning, but let me go into some more detail, is that it's a developmental delay in 2 dimensions of neuropsychological brain functioning development. Now, that statement is rich with meaning because developmental delays are not psychopathologies. A psychopathology is a gross aberration in an individual's behavior, allowing us to recognize the disorder at any age. Bipolar disorder, for instance. We don't have to do age comparisons for mania to tell whether or not you have a disorder. So there are these pathologies like schizophrenia and bipolar disorder where we don't do age-adjusted criteria. If you have it, you have it. But with ADHD, like other developmental disorders, the disorder is defined by the degree of delay in the trait. It's a quantitative difference, not a qualitative difference. And so for language disorders, learning disabilities, mild mental retardation, and ADHD, we have to do age comparisons to see what is the magnitude of the deficit. And it's that magnitude, that quantity, that defines the disorder. And so right at the beginning with ADHD, we know we're dealing with a neurodevelopmental disorder that originates in neurology and genetics of the individual, not in the social environment. Now, there are 2 traits that are not developing on schedule in the person with ADHD. The first, of course, although it's called inattention, as I mentioned to you this morning, is really a metacognitive dimension, an executive dimension that is filled with symptoms of working memory deficits, failure of language to guide behavior, activation, motivation problems of the individual, and so on. So if we look at the attention problems or the executive deficits here, we see the things I mentioned this morning. The first, poor persistence over time toward goals. Clinicians call that sustained attention, but William James called it persistence because it's on the motor side of the brain, not the sensory side of the brain. The word attention implies some kind of processing, filtering, perception, selection, and ADHD doesn't involve those things. Instead, ADHD is a failure to string behavior together over time to get to a goal. That has to do with frontal lobe output motor functions. So persistence is a far more accurate term for this than sustained attention because it clearly conveys the problem on the behavioral side of the brain. You can't string together sufficient complex chains of action the way other people are able to do to get toward that future event, or the task here, if you will. Now, linked to the failure of persistence is a problem with resistance to distraction. This also is a motor problem, not a sensory problem. The person with ADHD reacts to distracting events more than others do. He doesn't perceive them any better than other people do. But what other people do is suppress responses to goal-irrelevant events. They're not part of what you were doing. You simply don't respond to them. So there's an inhibitory part of the distraction here that needs to be appreciated. It's the failure to inhibit responding, not the perception of the distraction that's at issue.
So that is coupled with the failure to persist. If you can't persist, you won't resist distractions, and vice versa. They are opposite sides of a common coin. Now, once the individual is disrupted, a third difference emerges here. The person with ADHD is less likely to re-engage an incompleted goal. You get distracted all the time, but once you've dealt with the distraction, if it's something urgent or important and you have to stop what you're doing, shift to that, you will come back and finish the goal you started. And they don't do that. Now, goal re-engagement is not an attention disorder. It's a working memory disorder. Working memory, as we said this morning, is the ability to hold in mind information that is guiding behavior over time, remembering so as to do. And therefore, if you have a problem with working memory and a distraction disrupts your working memory, you won't remember what you were doing. You won't get back to the work that you were doing. You're going to be like somebody my age. After 55 years of age, your working memory starts to decline. Actually, in women, even more dramatically than men, particularly around perimenopause. So people with ADHD are like perimenopausal women and old men. They can't remember what they were doing. They go outside, they're supposed to go to the mailbox, they see the newspaper, they pick it up, they read it, the trash can needs to be brought back in, there's a few weeds in the bed, so we pull those, and we wander back inside with the newspaper. And your wife says, "Did you get the mail?" Which is what you went out to do to begin with. So that's a working memory disorder, because what happens is as working memory decays, the strength of the environmental events takes over. Because mental events aren't guiding you as powerfully as external events. You become more field dependent as you age. Well, ADHD individuals have that problem at the start. They have this problem with a very weak working memory system that doesn't guide behavior, is easily distorted and wiped out by any outside distracting event. And then they're skipping from one uncompleted activity to another. So when you hear that symptom or that complaint about these individuals, that's a working memory symptom, not an attention symptom. Now, in addition to that, we know that there is the hyperactive impulsive dimension. But here too, I want to emphasize that it's cross-modal. The DSM represents ADHD as verbal impulsiveness. It has 3 items that measure disinhibition, and they're all verbal. Talks too much, interrupts others, blurts out. But the problem with inhibition in ADHD is vastly more complex than that. We tried to get 5 new items into the DSM-5 to capture this range, but the higher level committees in DSM-5 rejected any changes that might broaden the prevalence of the disorder. And so as a result, there were a number of science-based changes to DSM-5 that never got in, because there was this growing fear of prevalence alteration. And that became almost obsessional by the committee to the point where they decided not to make too many changes. The point here is this: we have a problem with not just verbal impulsiveness, with motor impulsiveness, with cognitive impulsiveness, rapid decision making, failure to think about the future. And of course, if you have that sort of rapid impulsive decision making, you are going to have what economists would call a very high time preference, which means you prefer things now. And the more you have to wait for something, the less important it becomes, the less valuable it becomes. And we all show that kind of what's called reward discounting, which is where you discount a consequence because of how long the delay is. But ADHD people show a steeper discounting than the general population does. That's evidence also of problems with impulsiveness, with a failure to stop and think before you act. Then, of course, you have the excessive off-task, irrelevant activity, the restlessness, the hyperactivity, and so on. But as I said this morning, that declines with age, and by adulthood is not symptomatic of this disorder. Okay, so that's the current DSM-4 or DSM-5 based view, and that's also the way science would look at ADHD currently as well. What I want to show you, however, is where emotion fits into that and why you have to put it back there. Now, very quickly, what is an emotion? It is a short duration change in your arousal, your alertness, and your motivation. So emotions can be plotted along these dimensions, and they all contain this sort of behavioral dimension, motivational dimension. There's an approach avoidance to this. There's a reward punishment aspect to motivation, to emotion, and there's physiological arousal. So we're not going to spend any time on that, but that's how we think of emotions in psychology. What people need to keep in mind is that emotions have a variety of purposes. They're not just cathartic, they're not just for reducing arousal, they're communicative. Emotions were one of the first forms of animal communication in nonverbal organisms, and they remain forms of communication, very primitive ones, but they convey to others around you a change in your motivation, a change in your action, in your stance to the environment, if you will. So it's not just for catharsis. Okay, that's what an emotion happens to be. Now, what is emotional self-control? Because humans have this second aspect of emotion that other species lack. And emotional self-control is the capacity to voluntarily inhibit the expression of the emotion. You feel it, you get the autonomic nervous system part of it, changes in heart rate, respiration, your flushing of your skin, maybe tearfulness. These are things you can't very easily regulate, but you suppress the voluntary, the motor aspect of the emotional display. So step one in self-control is suppressing the primary emotion that's been provoked by what has happened around you. Step two, which starts very early in infancy and progresses in childhood, is you begin to direct activities at yourself to calm down. Little babies who are upset reach for people, reach for the silk liner on their blanket, stroke themselves, curl up into a ball, and begin to engage in self-calming, self-soothing activities. So humans try to use self-directed actions to calm down. Then as we get older, we do this. We learn to refocus attention away from the stimulus that's provoking the emotion. Because by breaking contact with the stimulus, we give our emotional system a chance to calm down. By staying engaged with an emotional stimulus, you're just further activating your limbic system. So there's a refocusing of attention away from the stimulus, including putting your hand over your eyes, turning away, leaving the situation. All our ways are of interrupting contact with the event. Then we get to the more complex activity that doesn't come until later in childhood. We begin to create another emotion in place of the detrimental one. We literally can create a new emotional state to help us calm down and even replace the primary emotion that is not in our best interest. Very simply, it's what parents teach kids to do. Count to 10, go to your happy place. Count to 10, close your eyes, visualize something positive, like the beach or eating ice cream or something that's really fun, and that visual imagery will bring an emotion with it that will help to lessen the level of the primary emotion that you're feeling, in this case, frustration or anger. But only humans have a capacity to generate a new emotion. In all other species, emotions are provoked by external events, but humans can self-provoke an emotion. This is what actors do. The method school of acting teaches this explicitly. When you see Anthony Hopkins, Meryl Streep, Jeremy Irons, and these people, when you see them act, this is the technique they're using. If Meryl Streep needs to grieve in, what was it, Osage County, this recent movie, or Michael Cunningham's The Hours or something, what does Meryl do? There's nothing on the stage, on the set of a movie, to grieve. So how do you get a genuine grief reaction? Well, you know what she does. She calls up a visual image of a legitimate situation in which she grieved, and to that will be bonded an emotion. So all past events have emotion welded to them of varying degrees. So she chooses an image that has a strong emotion associated with it, and guess what happens? She starts to get flushing of the cheeks, she gets tears in her eyes, and she has a legitimate grief reaction. So that's what I mean by self-control. You can provoke emotions anytime you need them to support the goals you're pursuing in the absence of any environmental provocation for the emotion. It's a very sophisticated level of emotional self-control. So those are the 4 steps for self-control of an emotion. Now, let's take a look at what ADHD does here to screw this up. Now, to appreciate what ADHD is going to do, let's just draw a diagram of what I just taught you, okay? Here we have time, here we have the strength of the emotion, and we have positive emotions and negative emotions. Let's take a negative emotion. Something happens. Maybe another child comes over and he takes your toy from you, all right? And as a young child, this provokes a primary emotion: frustration, anger, hostility. Right? So do you express that emotion? Well, if you're really young, 3, 4, 5 years of age, yes. But eventually what humans acquire is that second stage. They begin to enact various actions to themselves to down-regulate that emotion, to terminate it more quickly so that it's not as strong, it's not as powerful. Eventually, they can even suppress the expression of the emotion. And if needed, if this were a positive emotion, or in the case of Meryl Streep, who needs to grieve, you can continue the emotional state, if you need to, by re-provoking it. And that's what the yellow represents here. So humans have this capacity to create alternative emotions that contradict, modify, and help us manage our emotional state, among others. So, now, of all the emotions we need to control, the negative ones are the most important. And that's because we live in groups. We are a group living species that relies on each other and our social networks to survive. And the negative emotions are very disruptive of reciprocity, cooperation, friendships, and so on. So it's not going to be humor that gets you in trouble with other people, or affection. It's going to be hostility, anger, and aggression. So it's the regulation of the negative emotions that becomes so important more than the positive emotions. You can be a class clown, but if you're a class bully, if you are known to be reactively aggressive, that's going to come with a social price to it, much more than the person who is being silly in school. So if we look at ADHD, and we want to predict that ADHD is going to interfere with emotion, we can automatically see it's going to interfere with both kinds. You're not going to be able to suppress the primary emotions like other people. You're going to be immature. You're going to show emotion more than other people do. And secondarily, you're not going to be able to down-regulate it if you have to. You will struggle mightily to get control over yourself, and it won't be very effective. So you're going to have trouble not only suppressing the emotion, but then down-regulating it and engaging in the 4 steps we talked about: self-soothing and generating alternative emotions and distraction, looking away, interrupting the stimulus, and so on. So if what I say is true, this is what we would see in people with ADHD. And the next question is, do we? All right. Well, you almost have to, for these 7 reasons. And we're going to go through each of these: the history of ADHD, the neuroanatomy, the neuropsychology of the disorder, but especially the evidence base, the psychological evidence that's out there, the longitudinal studies, and then we're going to look at how it explains other disorders that we see with ADHD, but also what it means for impairment. Because I'm going to demonstrate to you that emotions carry with them certain adverse consequences that cannot be explained by traditional ADHD symptoms: the inattention, the hyperactivity, the impulsiveness. And that becomes very important. I think you'd be surprised at what we're able to predict from these emotional difficulties. Finally, we're going to end up with what does it mean for diagnosis and management. Now, one reason emotion needs to be put back in ADHD is it's always been there. For the first 170 years or more of ADHD's existence in the literature, it was there. Everybody who wrote about ADHD, back to Weichert, which you heard me talk about this morning, to Alexander Crichton, all the way up through George Still's lectures, even the early writers describing the condition we call ADHD today, had included passion, emotion, the inability to regulate your feelings, this quickness to anger, and easily frustrated were part of their definition of the condition. So it started out there. And then when we got into the 1960s, as Pat Quinn mentioned about MBD, it was there. It was one of the 5 major components of the disorder. If we look at Mark Stewart's papers, like his Scientific American article describing ADHD children, it's rife with descriptions of aggression, temper, anger, hostility, easily aroused, easily annoyed, quick to emote or arouse. Dennis Cantwell said it was one of the 5 major features of the syndrome of hyperactive children. And Paul Wender not only described it in children, but was the first to describe adult MBD, and he made it a central part of MBD, for which he was roundly criticized at the time. Because people said, well, how can you distinguish that from bipolar disorder or from mood disorder and so on? And you can, but you just had to make a more sophisticated argument for it. So what happened? I mean, all the way up through my early career, emotion was always part of this condition we were now calling ADHD. What happened was DSM-2. DSM-2 came out describing ADHD then as hyperkinetic reaction of childhood. And if you go to DSM-2, which I have on my bookshelf, and you read it, it's only a paragraph, it describes ADHD as involving inattention, distractibility, hyperactivity, impulsivity. But once the official stamp of the APA was put on those criteria, emotion was abandoned and has never returned in any of the subsequent DSMs. Oh, it's occasionally mentioned in the text as possibly an ancillary related comorbidity for some people. But it's not part of the criteria, it's not part of the description of the central features of the disorder. So we have this official, if you will, abandonment of emotion after 170 to nearly 200 years of emotion being part of the disorder. I don't know why this happened. At the time, Stella Chess, a very influential child psychiatrist, was also part of this committee. She was writing papers simply saying that hyperactivity was just that, excessive motor restlessness, nothing more. So we don't quite know what happened back then. It may be that it was the fact that emotions are hard to measure. And this was the beginning of scientific child psychiatry, going out and beginning to measure things rather than just taking Freud's word for it about psychodynamics. Let's go out and actually learn something about our disorders through assessment, measurement, group studies, randomization, and so on. And emotions are much more difficult to assess than is hyperactivity. I don't know why they got rid of it. All I know is it's always been there up until the DSM abandoned it. But according to the neuroanatomy of ADHD, which is our second line of evidence, it has to be there. And we talked about this morning, so I won't spend as much time on this. But we know that there are 5 brain regions that are smaller in people with ADHD. They're at least 3 to 10% smaller, and according to the newest studies, which are looking at microstructure of white matter, it's even worse than that. But at a minimum, we're looking at much smaller regions that are much less mature in their development by about 2 to 3 years. And these regions are the orbital frontal cortex, the midline anterior cingulate, the basal ganglia, and the cerebellum. Now, because the frontal lobes are smaller, especially on the right, then the bundle of fibers that connects the two hemispheres would be smaller, and that's the corpus callosum. So the anterior part of the corpus callosum is also smaller in these individuals, but that's a byproduct. And by the way, ADHD, although it involves an immaturity in both frontal lobes, is twice as bad in the right as it is in the left. And we even see that in our studies of working memory. Nonverbal working memory is twice as impaired in this disorder as is verbal working memory. They're both impaired, but the nonverbal is substantially worse, fitting in with a right hemisphere view that ADHD is much more lateralized into the right than it is in the left hemisphere, but it affects both hemispheres. It's not exclusively right hemisphere. So the point is this. Here are the 5 structures. And as we mentioned earlier this morning, we can organize those 5 structures that you see here. Dorsolateral cortex, here's your anterior cingulate, you've got your basal ganglia right in here, it's hard to see it, here's your cerebellum back here. Right? We can organize these structures, as we said, into 4 networks. Network number 1, as I told you this morning, is from the frontal lobe back to the posterior part of the right hemisphere, and from there, there's also a connection, a network into the anterior cingulate, which is right here. And this is the network for self-monitoring, for turning your attention network on yourself. And it's the beginnings of self-awareness. You begin to track and monitor your internal and external states yourself. Now you know why people with ADHD have more limited self-awareness, why they don't report their symptoms as being as problematic as other people do. And the younger they are, the worse that difference is, which is why DSM-5 requires that you must corroborate what patients tell you through other sources. You can't take their word for it because their reports are terrible. There is no correlation between what a teenager says about their ADHD and what their parents say or what their teachers say. In fact, the two don't even begin to agree with each other until you're in your 30s. So let that be a lesson to you. You never take the reports at face validity of a young person with ADHD because they massively underreport the true state of their disorder. And a main reason for underreporting is more limited self-monitoring, self-awareness. They also show what is called a positive illusory bias. That simply means that they don't see themselves as being as impaired in certain areas as they really are. If you ask somebody with ADHD, how do you think you drive? Pretty good. Not as good as everybody else, probably a little better. Okay? The problem isn't in that report. We all say that. We all have the Lake Woebegone better than average view of ourselves. The problem is if you look at their driving history, it's awful. They're the worst drivers on the highway. So it's the disparity between the self-report and the evidence that's the problem. They're not manic. They don't claim that they're NASCAR drivers. They don't think they can swim the English Channel having never had a swim lesson. That's bipolar disorder that does that. What they're saying is what normal people would say. But the problem is they're much worse than normal people. What they fail to appreciate is the degree of the deficit that they have in their functioning. All right, so we know from the neuroanatomy that there has to be a problem with emotion because the anterior cingulate and the frontal lobe are involved in ADHD. And we know that they are instrumental to the emotion regulation circuitry of the brain. So it has to be there. And as I pointed out this morning, besides the network for self-awareness, we have these three other networks in the brain. From the frontal lobe to the basal ganglia, again, the what network, what I think influences what I do. Second network, frontal lobe to the cerebellum, the when network, the timing network. And then finally, the one that's important for this lecture is from the frontal lobe through the midline cingulate into the amygdala and the limbic system. And that's the emotional circuit, often called the hot executive circuit. I call it the why circuit because, as I said earlier, it also is helping you make decisions about what you're about to do. If you have a range of options, this is the circuit that makes the final call, which is why you often see neuroimaging studies talking about the anterior cingulate being involved in conflict and conflict resolution. When there are disagreements in your mind about what to do, what not to do, this, I could do that, it will be this circuit that is evaluating their consequences, their emotions, their motivation, how you feel about these options, and then makes the final call. So, as I pointed out to you earlier, you can see all of those networks already mapped on to this brain. So we're not going to spend any time on that other than to say there has to be an emotional problem in ADHD because the very regions of the brain that give you emotional self-control are not developing on schedule. We also know that various theories of ADHD, including my own executive theory that you heard about this morning, include emotion and poor self-regulation as one of the dimensions that ADHD interferes with of the various executive functioning dimensions. So it's not just me. Other theories say the same thing. You already saw the other papers by Joel Nigg and Beth Casey and Javier Castellanos and others that I referenced on that last slide. So even neuropsychological evidence is saying there has to be a problem with emotion there. So now we cut to the chase. All of this so far is speculative. Is there evidence that emotion is linked to this disorder? Well, if you look at every single research paper that uses a rating scale that has any measure of emotion on it, routinely, the emotional scales are very elevated on these scales. So according to people's opinions about children and adults with ADHD, there's a substantial problem with regulating emotion, particularly with frustration, impatience, anger, hostility, and just general excitability and arousal. Direct observation studies. I can go out into a classroom, I can go to this university, I can bring people into the lab and videotape them, and I can provoke emotions and watch them. Their emotions are more extreme, and they can't down-regulate them. So the evidence is there from the observational studies that there is emotional dysregulation connected to the disorder. And within the past few years, studies that looked at the brain itself and at the psychophysiological responses of the brain have found that even at the level of the autonomic nervous system, particularly the parasympathetic nervous system, there are abnormalities in the reaction of the individual to emotional events. And those reactions convey a failure to regulate the emotional event. Now, besides that, we have evidence from family studies, my own, Steve Ferrone, Joe Biederman, and others, that the emotional dimension links up with ADHD in families and is transmitted across family members. So if your relatives had trouble with ADHD and emotional dysregulation, so will their offspring have difficulties with it. So the traits go together, correlate with each other, segregate with each other across family lines. Also, studies of children followed to adulthood, as well as adults with ADHD, clearly show that emotions are problematic. For instance, this is my Milwaukee follow-up study. And again, I mentioned it this morning when I was talking about children and their executive deficits, but let me remind you, we have a group of children who had ADHD in childhood 27 years ago. And I have followed these children ever since. And as part of their assessment when they were young adults, we asked them about a range of emotional symptoms. Now, to keep the graph from getting too busy, I only put 5 up here. But I could have put the other 5 and you would have seen the same result, so it doesn't matter. The point is this, look at the red bar. Those are the kids whose ADHD remained fully diagnosable at 27 years of age. We're going to call it persistent ADHD. By the way, it was at a minimum 2/3. 65% of people with ADHD will be fully ADHD in their 30s. We did find that about 14% had fully recovered, and the remainder were what we call subclinical. And those two groups are put together in the what we call non-persistent category. And then you see my community control group that we followed over the same period of time. What do we see here? First of all, we see that if your ADHD persisted, so did your emotional symptoms. And in fact, your emotional symptoms are occurring as frequently, see the percentages, as the DSM symptoms, the one we use for diagnosis. So it's not like these are lesser symptoms. They're just as common, just as prevalent, just as severe as are the ADHD inattention and hyperactive impulsive symptoms. But we also see in the blue bar that if you're starting to recover from your ADHD, you're starting to recover from your emotional dysregulation. But you're still not normal. That's the yellow bar. You still have some problems, but not to the degree that the diagnosed persistent group does. Now, here's the same interview and rating scale, assessing the same symptoms, but with a group of adults with ADHD. And look at what you see here. The adults are massively more emotional than the control groups that we use in these clinical studies. And again, if you look at the frequency with which these are occurring, their prevalence, they are as prevalent as the DSM-4 symptoms. So if you have ADHD, you are going to have emotional dysregulation to the same extent you have ADHD. They're directly in line with each other, as common, as problematic as your attention and inhibition and hyperactive problems, but especially inattention and inhibition. So when we go back over the evidence, the history says it's there, the neuroanatomy says it's there, the neuropsychology says it's there, the evidence says it's there. So what does it mean? Well, first of all, if you put emotion back into ADHD, you can start to explain the comorbid disorders that link up with it. Right now, people treat comorbidity if it's just stuff happens. Okay, ADHD kids are 11 times more likely to have oppositional disorder. So are adults. By the way, ODD is an adult diagnosis, not just a childhood diagnosis. And it's as highly persistent as is ADHD. Why would ADHD link up with oppositional disorder and then with conduct disorder and then with anxiety and then with depression? By putting emotional dysregulation into ADHD, you can see those pathways much more clearly. Let me explain them to you. ODD is a pattern of hostile, defiant, aggressive behavior, willfulness to refuse to obey another individual, resistance to authority. As we've said, it is the #1 comorbidity in ADHD. 65 to 84% of ADHD children will have It's also the most common comorbidity in adults, but clinicians tend not to diagnose it. They think ODD is a kid's disorder rather than an adult's disorder. We need to keep in mind that ODD forms two dimensions. Even DSM-5 is finally acknowledging that ODD is not a single dimension of symptoms. And the two dimensions are, 4 of the symptoms are emotional, the anger, the hostility, the temper, and 4 of them are social conflict. They take another person to have that symptom. You're refusing, you're defying, you're resisting authority. Now, the reason that we split ODD into 2 dimensions, and why DSM-5 had to do so, is because the 2 dimensions arise from different sources and make different predictions over life, over time. So, the emotional symptoms of ODD come from ADHD or a mood disorder, like bipolar disorder. So there's a biological basis to the emotional component. It's an inherent feature of the person, not of their environment. Something has predisposed this individual to being very emotional. In this case, it's ADHD. It's that executive function we just talked about. You can't self-regulate your normal emotions. The second dimension of ODD is the social conflict dimension. Where does that come from? Learning. Unlike ADHD, half of the variant of oppositional disorder is learned within a family environment. The training is inadvertent. Parents don't mean to be doing it, but they're doing it anyway. So half of ODD's severity has to do with who is raising you and how good or how poorly their parenting is. So disrupted parenting is the source of the second dimension. ADHD is the source of the first dimension. And you put both of those together, you are going to get clinical ODD. To put it another way, if you're diagnosed with ADHD, you are halfway down the road to ODD. All it's going to take is for you to be raised in a particular environment with a parent who can't manage you very well, and you are off to the races, honey. So it takes both. The environment interacting with these genetic predispositions toward emotional dysregulation to get that. So we need to understand then that there are 2 dimensions to ODD arising from different causes and making different predictions over time. If you follow these children over 10 years, the emotional dimension predicts the development of depression and anxiety by adolescence, but especially depression. The social conflict dimension of ODD predicts conduct disorder, antisocial behavior, crime, psychopathy, drug use. So these 2 dimensions are not coming from the same sources, nor are they predicting the same risks or outcomes over time. You have to understand both dimensions to know the risks that are carried forward here. And now you know why 25 to 35% of ADHD children get conduct disorder, 25% of them go on to have depression, 25 to 35% get anxiety disorder, and the risk of anxiety disorder increases with age. By adulthood, 45% of adults coming into clinics with ADHD have developed an anxiety disorder with their ADHD. And a lot of that has to do with that emotion dysregulation dimension. They can't cope with emotions as well as other people are able to do. Now, as we've said, ADHD does contribute to ODD, and it is likely through that emotional dimension that it is doing it. But we also know that ADHD predicts ODD through disrupted parenting. And I'm going to explain that little pathway to you in just a moment. But by understanding the role that ADHD plays in generating oppositional disorder, we now can go back 40 years and explain one of the most common findings in drug studies. If you give an ADHD medication to somebody, you improve their ODD as much as their ADHD. Even though they're ADHD drugs, they treat oppositional disorder as much, as effectively as they treat ADHD. The 2 dimensions are correlated 0.8 with each other. Now, why would these drugs treat ODD? Because part of ODD is ADHD. And if you can get control of the ADHD emotion, you can get control of what's contributing to ODD. But only if you intervene early enough. If this child remains dysregulated long enough within a family of disrupted parenting, there's a learning component that's going to take place. And guess what? If you intervene later at 8, 9, or 10 with your medication, you are not going to get rid of that ODD. You'll only get rid of the part that was linked to the early ADHD. You won't get rid of the part that was due to training. No medication is going to reverse your learning history. So to put it another way, the longer you let ODD go untreated, the more likely that social component is going to get in there, and then your medication isn't going to resolve the ADHD. This is why we argue for very early intervention with ADHD children. Even the American Academy of Pediatrics revised their guidelines a year ago, telling pediatricians to start at 4 or younger. Get in there, because we're trying to prevent not just impairment, but comorbidity. Because once it gets going, later treatment isn't going to rectify the problem completely as much as it would. Simply put, you could prevent ODD if you intervened early and often enough, but we don't. Average age of medication is 8. That's 4 years this kid has gone from original symptom onset to when he finally gets treated for that learning history to take place. Now, as I've said, the social component of ODD is learned. It's learned from this pattern of parenting. Indiscriminate use of consequences, high rates of expressed emotion, yelling, screaming at each other, making threats, and vacillating between lax discipline, you do nothing even though your child is obnoxious, to harsh discipline. You practically beat the kid to a pulp if he misbehaves, but you're all over the map in your parenting. You are as emotional as your child is in your parenting. Where does disrupted parenting come from? Why are these parents doing this? Well, we found out the answer in the last 10 years. The parent has ADHD too. It's a genetic disorder, hello, right? If the child has it, 35% of the parents carry the same disorder without treatment. And adult ADHD, as we now know, disrupts your parenting dramatically because you're impulsive, you're emotional, you're inconsistent, you don't persist, you can't follow good rules of parenting. You are as emotional as your child. So now I got 2 ADHD people trying to get along with each other, living in the same household. And that sets the training in motion. So notice, the child's ADHD contributes to ODD through the emotion dysregulation. The parent's ADHD contributes to ODD by disrupting their parenting and allowing the child to learn how to use emotions to coerce people out of certain interactions with them. Keep in mind, ODD and defiant behavior is not to get attention. It's negatively reinforced behavior. It is designed to get you to back off. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do homework. I don't want to go to bed. I want to play video games. That is not attention getting. And if I can elevate my anger faster than you, there's a good chance I can get you to back down. And that's what you see here. Is parent and child reinforcing each other's behavior on a partial schedule of success and failure for using anger as a social tool to get along with each other. But we know the reason the parent is doing it, and that's because the parent has a psychological disorder as well, and the most common is adult ADHD, although there are other disorders, depression, drug abuse, and so on, that will do that too. In fact, depression is even worse than adult ADHD at disrupted parenting. Okay, for you people who only have a right hemisphere, let's diagram what I just said. Make it easier for you to understand. This is our oppositional child with ADHD. We're going to split his oppositionality into its 2 components. Right? Now, where are those components coming from? This is called the 4-factor model of oppositional disorder. It is the most tested and proven pathway for oppositional disorder. Factor number 1. The child brings to the equation an inherent dysregulation of emotion. Normally, that's ADHD that's doing that, but it could also be bipolar disorder, severe mood dysregulation disorder, depression. All of them bring with it an inherent propensity for emotion, but ADHD is number 1 in that hit parade. That contributes to the emotional part of the child. That's a given. That comes with the equation, with the turf. We also know the hyperactivity contributes a little bit to the social component. Now we get to factor number 2. As we've said, the parent and the parenting behavior, highly disrupted. That is training the social component. You put these 2 together, you're going to have a defiant child on your hands, and very quickly. By the way, in case you doubt this, studies actually have taken normal children and parents and trained the parents to act this way, and literally within 30 minutes, they can turn a normal child into an oppositional child. So we already know from experimental manipulations that this theory is in fact correct. It isn't just hypothetical. Then we get to factor 3. What is driving the inconsistent parenting? The parent has a psychiatric or psychological disorder. And the most common of those is adult ADHD. The second most common is major depression. And these lesser disorders will do it as well, but those are the big two. And they will massively disrupt your parenting, and that is going to lead to training of your child in becoming oppositional. And then there's factor 4, which if I gave you time to think about it, you would have come up with on your own. There are background ecological factors that affect both the parent and their parenting. How about marital discord? How about marital violence? How about being married to a partner who also has a psychiatric disorder, like antisocial personality or drug use disorders? What about raising your child in an impoverished environment that is criminogenic? Adults outside the home are likely to be training this child in doing these things, not just people inside the home. So we have a whole social ecology that is making indirect contributions here. So understand this, defiance starts here. These are the two direct pathways. 1 and 2 are the causes, but we have to step back from there and say what's causing them. And we move back to the indirect causes, which are these two. But let me tell you, once this cycle gets going, it feeds back to make it worse. The worse this kid gets in his oppositionality, the worse that parent gets in their depression, their irritability. And so we have a nice little cycle going here between these two people. And by the way, it also feeds back into the social ecology as well. You have a hurricane here. This is a tornado of reciprocal influences that are cycling back and forth, making each other worse over time. No wonder by the time this kid is 12 years of age, if he has ODD, the odds of him being delinquent conduct disorder are very high, and the odds of you doing anything about it are less than 25%. That is your success rate with an ADHD oppositional conduct disordered youth. The game is over. If you think once a week family therapy is going to handle that family, that is a joke. In our study, they were successful only 5% of the time. So the lesson about ODD is either you get in early and you treat this, or you are not going to get a handle on this. The longer the learning environment gets to train the individual, the less likely you are to intervene successfully with that individual. So that's your 4-factor model. Now we can understand comorbidity. Why do people with ADHD get ODD, get conduct disorder, get anxiety, get depression? That's the model that helps us to understand those pathways and those risks. All right, we've seen 5 lines of evidence now to argue for emotion being put back into ADHD. Let me give you another one. Right? The emotional symptoms predict risks that are not accounted for by the other symptom dimensions. So my colleagues and I, using all of our databases, went into them and said, okay, let's prove to people that emotion matters. We're going to control for the severity of all your ADHD symptoms, and then look and see, does emotion still predict anything? If I'm wrong, emotion adds nothing to the prediction. It's already explained by ADHD. If I'm right, emotion makes its own predictions, even controlling for inattention, hyperactivity, impulsivity. Well, the number one predictor that emotion predicts, despite the severity of all your other symptoms, is social rejection. It is the number one predictor of how many friends you are not going to have. Other people can tolerate your distractibility, your inattentiveness, your laughter, your fizziness, and so on. What they cannot tolerate is your anger, your impatience, your frustration. People will pull back from you in 15 to 20 minutes. Chuck Cunningham did a great study and Steve Hinshaw replicated it. It does not take hours or weeks for other children to reject you. It takes minutes. You drop an ADHD child into a brand new peer group and those other kids are pulling away from that kid in 20 minutes. And your reputation is sealed. They want nothing to do with you. They can't manage you. They can't interact with you. You're a little hothead. You're this firecracker going off throughout the day. Nobody wants to live with that. And so they avoid you and they pull away from you. So you want to know why these kids have no friends? It's not their inattention. It's their frustration and anger and emotion. We also, when we followed these children up into adulthood, or when we looked at our clinic-referred adults, found that it was the best predictor of marital dissatisfaction and inter-partner hostility. It's also a predictor of dating violence in adolescents and college students. You want to know who is at high risk for having partner violence in an intimate relationship? It's the ADHD young adult. And this was now replicated in a study of 50,000 people in England were evaluated looking at predictors of crime and violence and accidental injuries and so on. And even they came up with this link. Adult ADHD is directly related to intimate partner violence. Not violence against strangers, not the sort of psychopathic crime of mugging or robbing stores, but intimate partner hostility and violence was predicted by ADHD. So our research isn't the only one that is seeing this pathway of ADHD into difficulties in intimate relationships. We also found that the emotional symptoms of a child were the best predictor of how stressed that parent's going to be. It's not the child's hyperactivity, it's not their distractibility, it's that child's anger. That is what drives the parents to make the referral. It is what drives their ratings of how stressful they are in trying to raise this child. This may surprise you. We've done detailed studies of driving in adults with ADHD and in my longitudinal study of ADHD. We have their driving records. We have behind-the-road evaluations. I have a $100,000 driving simulator that we use to assess your driving. We looked at driving from all aspects. And then we ran it through the analyses I mentioned, and what did we find? Emotion predicted these outcomes of driving. It makes sense that it would predict road rage. Did you know that adults with ADHD are the most common people to have road rage on the highway? Well, that's where it's coming from. It's not just their risk-taking and their love of speed and desire to, pass you on the highway or something. It also explains their anger, their hostility when they're frustrated while they're driving, not to mention their use of alcohol and their crash risk. We looked at the adults. How are you functioning at work? What does your employer think of you? How many times have you changed jobs? How many times were you fired in the history of your work? Emotion was the best predictor of the number of times you've been fired from a job. Here again, ADHD symptoms predict how well you do your job. Emotional symptoms predict if you're going to get fired, because employers will not tolerate that in the workplace, especially toward customers, not to mention other people in the workplace. Again, we found it was a predictor of dating difficulties, especially hostility and violence. We have the credit reports and complete surveys of the finances of our children that we followed to adulthood. So we went back and looked at financial management, how you manage money. And these were related to your affect dysregulation. Overuse of a credit card, exceeding your credit limit, impulse buying, and so on. And then we went back and looked at your parents. How emotional were your parents? There was a direct correlation between the degree of impulsive emotion in the parents and in the children. And as Steve Ferrone showed, this is highly heritable. This isn't just through learning. This is because both of these people have ADHD as well. So all of this is to show you that there is value added in including emotion in our conceptualization of ADHD besides its two traditional symptom dimensions. We learn things about our patients we would not have realized by understanding the emotional element of the disorder. Now, what does this mean for diagnosis of ADHD? First, it means don't mistake the emotions of ADHD for another disorder. You don't have to go searching for some other mood disorder or the new DMDD, disruptive mood dysregulation disorder now is the new one that's in there, major depression and so on. Emotion is part of ADHD. So there's no reason to add a comorbidity. On the other hand, some ADHD children do develop bipolar disorder, major depression, anxiety. What's the difference? What evidence can I give you? The environment's one for sure. Let me explain to you several differential diagnostic tips to help you sort out what's ADHD and what's a mood disorder. Number one, the problems in ADHD are emotions, and emotions are short duration. All right, so this is a short duration event. In contrast, moods are long duration events, lasting hours, days, weeks, right? Doesn't the DSM require that the mood be there 2 weeks or longer as the predominant mood more often than not? Of course it does. So an emotion is short duration, a mood is long duration. Number 2, the emotion is provoked. Something in the environment triggered this response. In a mood disorder, it isn't. You can have people fluctuating through these mood states of mania and psychotic depression as if they're bipolar, and it has nothing to do with the provocation around them. So, one is provoked, one isn't. Number 3, the emotional reaction of the ADHD person is rational. You'd have had the same reaction yourself. What's the difference? You suppressed it. You felt it, but you didn't show it. So the emotions we see in people with ADHD are perfectly reasonable. We understand, we identify with them. What we don't identify is why the hell didn't you inhibit this? You are so emotionally immature, you just let this stuff fly. The rest of us learn to suppress, calm, regulate, distract, downregulate. You can't do that. So they're rational. The emotions of the person with a mood disorder are irrational. You don't know why they're feeling the way they do. And it may be an irrational event that's even led to this manic episode that you're having. So to reiterate, the problem in ADHD is a short duration emotion that is often provoked, situation specific, reasonable, rational, but immature. You're not inhibiting. It's a top-down executive failure in the management of normal emotion. To put it briefly, there is nothing wrong with the limbic system in people with ADHD. There is in people with bipolar disorder and depression and anxiety, but not in ADHD. The problem is in the executive that's trying to regulate the limbic system. The top-down control is absent or delayed, immature. Whereas in mood disorders, they're irrational, they're long duration, they're cross-situational, they're capricious, and they vacillate. So that's the kind of thing you're looking for to tell whether or not the ADHD explains the whole clinical picture, including the emotion, or whether I need to go searching for a second disorder to explain those moods. So don't mistake a mood disorder for the emotions of ADHD. As we've said, they're long duration, cross-situational, and so on. And you're going to have to deal with that comorbid mood disorder separate from ADHD, because the ADHD treatments will not treat the mood disorder. By the way, you can treat the ADHD in a bipolar patient or in a depressed patient, but at least with bipolar patients, we ask that you treat the bipolar disorder first. You always treat the more severe condition before you double back to treat the other one. But you can use ADHD medications with people who have bipolar and comorbid ADHD just fine. Right? So whereas people used to say, oh, we can't give them stimulants because that will provoke manic episodes in these individuals, and that is not true. We have no evidence that stimulants provoke manic episodes in these individuals. So that's what it means for diagnosis. Know which affect goes with ADHD and which cannot be explained by ADHD. Now, what about treatment? Well, number one, we understand that the emotional symptoms of ADHD, that's what this acronym stands for, will be improved by ADHD medications as much as their ADHD symptoms will be. That's the point I made earlier. The ADHD drugs are controlling the emotional dysregulation that is part of the ADHD. But they won't control the symptoms of oppositional disorder that are part of the social environment that was learned. So let me put it this way. If you medicate a child with ADHD at 8, 9, or 10, and after medication the ADHD symptoms are under control, and you still hear complaints about oppositional behavior, that's learned. You are going to have to come in with a behavioral parent training program or some other intervention that works on rational, reasonable parenting, consistent parenting. On the other hand, the younger the child that you medicate, you may be likely to hear that the ODD resolved right along with the ADHD, because most of it was driven by the ADHD and the learning component didn't have a chance to take hold. So the older the child, the more you're going to be doing behavioral parent training in order to deal with that disrupted parenting. Now, I also want you to understand that the ADHD drugs don't regulate the emotion of ADHD identically. They all do it effectively, but they do it through different pathways. And this can help you to understand the drug responses that your patients, your clients may be having. For instance, let's take the stimulants. The stimulants work in controlling emotion by suppressing the limbic system. The higher the dose you give, the less activity in that system. Okay, well that's certainly one way to skin a cat, isn't it? I can control your affect by eliminating your affect. But remember, the limbic system was not impaired in ADHD. It's not part of the ADHD neuroanatomy. But one way to control emotion is to prevent it from occurring to begin with. And that's what the stimulants do. And now you know why 1 in 5 patients complains to you of emotional blunting. That the patient becomes like almost an automaton. They begin to lose their affect. Yes, they're compliant. Yes, they're productive. Yes, they're obedient. But that's all they are. Parents in particular are very concerned about this side effect and often stop their stimulant medication because they don't like what this child has become. They don't see the joie de vivre, the affection of the child. We want this kid to be poking his sister once in a while, to be getting a little upset. I don't need a bland robot that sits at a computer. And yet some of these kids can get that way. So we have to be careful with stimulants because if you push the dose too high, you can get blunting of normal emotions, which really isn't the goal after all, is it? Now, let's take the non-stimulant, atomoxetine, for instance, the norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor. That's Strattera. What does that do? It has no effect on the limbic system whatsoever, but it activates the anterior cingulate and the frontal lobe. It activates the executive that is managing the emotion. So what would I predict from that? That atomoxetine will be better at regulating the emotional symptoms of ADHD than the stimulants will be. Because it's doing it at the site where the problem is, at the site of the executive system that isn't down-regulating affect to the extent that it should. You will also find that atomoxetine does not produce the side effect of emotional blunting. There's never been any complaints about that in any of the literature to my knowledge. Now you know why we are seeing clinicians in this country combining these medications. And they're doing it to get greater coverage across this range of ADHD symptoms. The stimulants are really good at improving your attention and executive system, your cold cognition, your working memory. They're not so good at necessarily handling the emotional dysregulation. So by adding in a non-stimulant, you're able to keep both drugs at lower doses, that's always a good thing, and get wider coverage across the ADHD symptom complex, including emotional dysregulation. Now, what about the third drug that's on the market that came on the market a couple years ago? Intuniv. Intuniv is guanfacine XR, extended release. Guanfacine has been around for years as an antihypertensive drug. It's used to treat high blood pressure, but it also has been known to have psychiatric, psychopharmacological properties. And it is beneficial to people with ADHD and Tourette syndrome. So Shire simply took and reformulated it so that the drug lasts longer. Now, what does guanfacine do? Well, guanfacine is an alpha-2 regulator. It goes to the frontal lobe and it fine-tunes the signal in nerve cells. So unlike stimulants, which affect the expression of dopamine and norepinephrine, but mainly dopamine, and they do it usually through increasing production and blocking reuptake, guanfacine has its effect by latching onto a nerve fiber and opening or closing the little ports along the nerve cell, the alpha-2 ports. And if you close the alpha-2 port, the signal is stronger down the nerve cell. If you open the little alpha-2 port, the signal gets dampened and noise comes into the signal. What guanfacine does is to fine-tune frontal nerve cells so that signals are stronger, less confounded by noise, more likely to reach their endpoint and have an effect. So this would argue that, like atomoxetine, guanfacine might well be activating the executive system so that the signals from the executive system are cleaner, purer, stronger. Here again, you might use guanfacine like you use atomoxetine to address the emotional component of ADHD where stimulants might not be so good at doing that. And what are we seeing in the US today? Clinicians combining Intuniv with a stimulant to do just that. Lower doses, much more pervasive coverage of ADHD symptoms. So by understanding how the drugs work in the brain, we have a better understanding of how they manage the emotional aspect of ADHD. By the way, 70% of the brain areas activated by the ADHD drugs are shared. So they have a lot in common, which is why they're ADHD drugs. But 30% of the effect of a drug is not shared with the other drugs. And it tends to be mainly in these emotion regulation centers that we see some of this non-overlap of drug response. But let's also understand that if ADHD has gone on long enough with oppositional disorder and emotional dysregulation, there are going to be downstream impairments that are going to develop, like demoralization, peer rejection, school failure. And you can treat this child, and you can't get rid of that history. That's there. And that has an impact going forward on that individual, some of which is irreparable. You can't regain friends, dates, marriages that you've lost just by the fact that we can now better regulate your ADHD symptoms. Again, another argument for earlier rather than later intervention is the prevention of downstream secondary harms that accrue to the person as a result of unregulated ADHD. And then, as we mentioned, the social ecology is very important, particularly parenting, and we may need to get in with behavioral parent training classes to help these parents. But if you're going to do that, you have to keep in mind that you have to screen all parents for ADHD before you do behavioral parent training, because they'll fail if you don't. You must manage the parents' ADHD symptoms to make them responsive to the training. And if you don't do that, they will fail. The single best predictor of families going through behavioral parent training as to who will fail is that the parent has ADHD that you're trying to train and you haven't done anything about it. So don't bother taking an ADHD adult through a parent training program if you're not managing their ADHD. You're wasting your time and their money. Which is why you hear us arguing, as I have for a decade now, you always screen every parent that brings an ADHD youth to your clinic. Because you need to know whether the genetics are such that that parent shares that same disorder, and that that parent's disorder is going to interfere with your plan to help this child or adolescent or young adult college student with their ADHD. Now, there are ways that you can help the ADHD individual better cope with their emotions. And one way to do that is to use Gross's model of an emotion and see where we can intervene. So let me wrap this up just by going very quickly through what is one of the most well-established models of human emotion in the psychology literature. And it is this model. Right? When you have an emotion, you put yourself in a situation, something happens in that situation, and that provokes your attention. You attend to that stimulus. That then generates an appraisal of the event. Is it good or bad? Do I like it or not? This is where the emotion comes from, and then you respond. This happens, by the way, in milliseconds. This is the automatic brain. This is what it does, and it does it very quickly. But it still helps to break the stages up. Because if you want to help somebody manage their emotions, those are the 5 places you will intervene. And let's talk very quickly about what you could do. First of all, let's see if we can predict where you are likely to keep having these emotional outbursts. Can we avoid those situations? If you keep stopping at the same bar after college in which you keep getting in fights with the people at the bar, don't go to that bar anymore. Go somewhere else, but not there. Right? So just situation selection can be a coping tool for people with emotional difficulties. If you find yourself in a situation that is emotionally provocative, is there something you can do the next time in that situation to avoid that? If you're sitting in a classroom, if you're at a conference table, and there's somebody in that room that you know you don't get along with, don't sit facing them. So that you don't see the smirks and the sneers and the little asides that this person is doing to provoke you. Sit so that you can't see them. Modify the situation. Now, what if it's gotten out of hand? Right? This is where you do attention redeployment. Cover your eyes, look away, stand up, leave. Get the hell out of there. but terminate the interaction with the provocative event. Then you get to this one, cognitive behavioral therapy, learning to talk to yourself, to reason through the emotion, to reappraise and reevaluate its importance to you. This is traditional CBT as it's practiced in the US anyway. Or you could be learning mindfulness meditation, either one. But what are they doing? They're helping you to reappraise the emotion. It's not that important. Count to 10, go to your happy place, deep breathe, there you go. And then finally, all else fails, suppress it. Squint your face, sit on your hands, but if you have to, terminate the motor response. Now, here's what we've learned in years of research on this. The earlier in the sequence you intervene, the more effective you are. The later you intervene, the less effective you are. So one of the things we've learned in helping people cope with emotional dysregulation is that CBT, which is very common in clinical practice, is very late in this sequence. And you could improve your CBT counseling by moving further ahead in the sequence and giving them coping and compensatory strategies for dealing with those situations. And I've given you a few descriptions here that we don't have time to go into. But the point is this, by breaking emotions down into the 5 stages, we better learn how to help our clients in dealing with that dysregulation, apart, of course, from giving them medication. So what have we learned? We've learned that emotion is just as much a part of ADHD as inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. We've learned it's part of the neuroanatomy, it's part of neuropsychological theories, the evidence base shows it's there, it predicts impairments we couldn't predict without putting it in there otherwise, and it helps us with our clinical differential diagnosis of ADHD from other disorders, and it helps us understand our management of the disorder. So what else do you want, people? If you were a jury, would you vote to put emotion back into this disorder? Yes! Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Okay, we're a few minutes past our time. What's new, right? I'll take any questions that you might have. Anything today? I'm never coming back here again, so. ODD, right. Right. Yes. It wouldn't lead so much toward ADHD. She's asking about children who come out of orphanages, who may have been malnourished, abandoned, neglected. What is that contributing to? Well, we know that the background of that child is contributing to their ADHD. Malnutrition is part of that, not the neglect, but the kids who wind up in Romanian orphanages are kids of alcoholic parents in a war-torn country that often have been malnourished and their parents have smoked and drank. Everything I just listed is a known cause of ADHD. So that aspect of that orphan would in fact be explained. The ADHD part of that would be understandable. Right? Now, what about the orphanage itself, the neglect, the abandonment? What might that do? Well, what you would tend to see is more of a blunting of the individual's ability to interact with others. Very inappropriate behavior, if not aloofness, blandness. I mean, there's a point where the individual almost becomes like a feral individual in terms of their ability to interact with other people. And so, yeah, you might get like a feral reaction, reactive aggression and anger and so on. Right? But part of that is simply failure to be exposed to any learning environment. You can't learn normal self-control if there's no environment teaching it. Right? Whereas in the ADHD typical case, it's not so much that the individual hasn't learned it, the individual has been trained by the parent in how to use their emotion as a social tool, as a device, through that 4-factor model that we explained. Okay, sure, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barkley. That was amazing. He's really great. I'm also feral. My language is colorful, and I don't care. But again, I was oppositionally defined as a kid too, so that's just the way it is. Amy, let me just find that link. I don't even know what it is. I gave each of you guys 50,000 points that were sitting here. As you're all fighting over 100. Um, just for listening to me go on. I did that. Okay, where in the heck did I open that up before? There it is. This is not Judge Kim. This is holy titsamoli. She's got a big rat. Thank you, Amy. Let me put her screen. Wait, I'm waiting. Amy's calling to wait. Look, first of all, Jonathan believes her immediately. Second of all, duh, so do I. Third of all, let's assess what's in the car. What have we got here? That's a lot of stuff to begin with. Third, what is Amy? Are you just saying, like, wait, it's gonna get good? Hi, Prissy. Or are you saying, like, wait, you need to do something different? Shit, we're gonna go into the morning again for the East Coast people, and they're gonna come in and be like, oh my God. I know, I'm not sure about that last part from Dr. Barkley, but okay. I'm gonna keep going. Okay. I just wanted to be sure. Plus, is that what is that a necklace on her chest or is that a freaking like electrode? Anyways, let us continue.
2 drinks? Okay. What kind of drinks? Tequila lemonade?
Yeah. I don't
Okay,
care
then-
to talk to you nicely. I
okay.
need to know.
That's fine.
Because you guys are saying that I'm arrested.
Yes,
yet-
you are. You are.
Yes, you were.
But you guys have tickets for me.
That's
So I'm
that's
confused.
part of
That's part of
a DUI arrest.
You guys are just idiots. Like, you guys just don't get it. You guys are just dumb. And you guys have to, like, pile up on each other just to make yourselves convince yourselves that you're right and blah 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 and all this, and in the end you're not. At the end of the day, none of this is gonna win in court.
Okay,
And I know
no
that for a
problem.
fact.
Okay.
I know that for a fact
problem.
because it's
Everything's on camera.
embarrassing
Okay.
that you guys are so stupid
Okay.
at your job.
Okay. Sounds
And I don't need to respect you.
Okay.
I don't need to do that. At the end of the day. I hope you guys have wives. I hope you guys have daughters. I hope you guys understand. Because I told you at the end of the day, Mr. Officer.
What would
I
you like
told
me to do? What would you
I
like me to
told
do?
you my
If you
story.
drove off and killed somebody, who's that on? Thank you. Hello, I'm Officer Mitchell, Seagulls Police. Just so you know, everything's being recorded right now, okay? Let me get your license, registration, and insurance. Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from our...
Where do you work? Registration, insurance. Why didn't we want to pull over?
No, I wasn't sure if you were pulling me over or somebody else.
Somebody else. There was no one else on the road. Okay, let me get your license, registration, insurance.
For that.
Did license in there? In your wallet? Ma'am, is that your wallet in your pocketbook? No? Okay, keep going. Is that a handgun? I don't know. Who's this car come back to?
Anna Monteza.
Receive, thank you. Well, I don't need your debit card. I don't need this. Registration, insurance. What?
Just give me 1 second. Just I'm sorry. Let me just. My mom has it.
Alright, once you get it, hold it out the window. Alright, man. Just shut off your car real quick. Alright. Let me get the keys. Where are the keys? You don't know where the keys are?
It should be like just because I don't want to carry too much.
Okay. Alright. So here's the deal. We have someone coming down here to do a DWI test, okay? You're gonna have to pass some tests, okay? How much have you had to drink tonight?
I've had like 1 or 2 drinks.
1 or 2 drinks? Okay. What kind of drinks?
I've had like a tequila lemonade.
Tequila lemonade?
Yeah, can I tell you something private?
What's up?
Today was my first day back at work. It's been a bit difficult.
Oh, of course.
My tables, they were a little needy and just difficult.
No, trust me,
I'm very sorry.
It's okay.
Like,
Trust me, I totally understand.
I'm sorry.
I get it.
I only had 2 drinks today. So
But
very sorry.
you also have to understand where I'm coming from. I have a job to do. God forbid you leave here and kill somebody, because I believe you are under the influence of alcohol, because I could smell it. Okay?
Yeah.
So I have somebody coming here. They're gonna perform a couple tests. Okay? If you pass them, good. You get out of here, okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry that you're going through a tough time right now. I truly am sorry, but
I understand. I totally get it.
all right.
I'm just not sure.
But when I light you up, pretty far back, like a mile or two, and you don't pull over until now, you did. I thought the car was stolen or something, because you weren't pulling over for me.
I wasn't sure. Like
I get you.
I really wasn't sure.
I get you say you weren't sure, but you said you knew I was behind you, right? So if you're not sure, you just pull it, right?
Yeah.
If it's not you, I'd keep going. There was no one else on the road. It was just you. All right?
I'm very sorry.
It's okay. So just give us a couple minutes, okay? I have your keys.
How you doing, miss? I'm on see my police department, okay? My body was. You have any injuries? Are you hurt?
They're muting it. Do you know how badly I freaking want to have a computer
Okay, I'm
that
gonna
lets
put
me
you through
type at the same time?
test. Any medical conditions that would prevent you from doing the test? No glass eye, no nothing, right? No problem. Guys, your contacts? Okay. All right. All right, just look at the tip of my pen, okay? Follow with just your eye. Just your eyes, right? Remember? All right. One more, okay? Ready? Just your eyes, all right? One more. Follow it up, okay? All right, the next thing we're gonna do is called the walk and turn, okay, Tess? When I tell you to do so, and only here after I tell you to do so, I'm gonna do Take 9 uniform steps, okay? Nine. Once you hit 9, you'll turn around like this, okay? And come back. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9, okay? All right. What?
Sorry.
Yeah. Like I said, start off like this, and when I say start, you can begin.
Okay.
So get in position. On the line. On this line, right? On this line, right? That I'm pointing to? See the imaginary line? Okay. Just like that. The other toe. All right, go to 9. Count that back.
Which one are you talking about? Sorry. You know what? I muted them a little bit because their audio was sort of boring. Honestly, I'll be frank with you. Once the cartridge is on the pen, I forget because they all look the same. Yeah, I don't get.
1002, 1003. When I say start, till I say stop, okay? 1001? 1001, 1002, all the way till I say stop, okay? Now keep put your hands on your sides. All right, you can begin. 1001. No, miss. You're gonna stay here, right? Like this, just like I told you. And all you're gonna do is lift your leg like that. Count by the thousands, okay? You can begin. Yo, it's freaking cold. One leg. Miss, I'm gonna give you one more chance. One leg, okay? Just one leg. That one, yeah.
She's gonna have to go back to the breathalyzer. Yeah. You want me to just wait?
I was muted,
Guys, take her back.
so
Yeah,
hold
they
on.
got it. The car. The car's gotta get towed.
Let's check out the most replayed. I don't know if I want to hear her yell. This is definitely not how I advocate. I'm a reverse Karen. You guys know that. I'm a knee rack, which means that I also have privilege in this world, but I choose to use it for as much good as I possibly can, up to and including diffusing situations and inserting myself in things that are not my business whatsoever, just because that's the way I decide to live my life. I don't drink at all ever, so drinking and driving is a different like I don't think it's good. I'm always a designated driver. I'm happy to drive people home. So like when you party at my house, you're not driving drunk. That's just sort of the way we roll. And if you're like gonna do that and like try and do that, we're either gonna have a problem or we're not gonna be very good friends very, very quickly. And I don't care if you indulge and you get crazy, messy drunk. That's not the problem. Just don't fucking drive. That's really my main rule. So, and I don't mind drunk people. Like, I really don't. A lot of people that seem to have a problem, which is what I'll say, is like they get really antsy if there's people around them not drinking, which I find really odd. People are usually much more concerned on what I'm drinking or not drinking at a party as opposed to um, like why that's an issue for them. To me, I find that really weird. I have drank before, and like sometimes I do it out of good faith, where I'm like, I'll have one drink, and then I've done some very stupid things drunk. But you know what? Not nearly as many situations as I could have been put in if I had drank, which I didn't as a teenager very much at all. I was really like, it was an interesting time. Anyways, um, is this you, Mayor? Let me see. You gonna get me shut down? I play the video? Yeah? I'm assuming yes. This whole stream's gonna be annoying.
There's
nothing in
Me
this
and
world
YouTube
other
Daddy
than
will
my
have to
wife
talk about
that
it.
puts a
But
bigger
anyways.
smile on my face than when I put that thing in gear and I start pulling out.
Riding is in Steve Allison's blood. The Air Force veteran learned how to ride a motorcycle when he was young. His dad, a Marine, loved to ride.
He's brought me up in the old school sense of what it means to be a biker.
Riding has gotten him through a lot, like the death of his first wife.
It might be your only family.
He joined one motorcycle group, then another.
It's a feeling that a lot of people never experience.
Finding friends and comfort.
You never know when something so close to home is going to happen.
But when tragedy struck, that's when he realized how many friends he really has. He started planning a tribute ride for the 7 people killed in a New Hampshire motorcycle crash.
This will be an escorted ride.
A ride to the site of where it happened. But one post on Facebook led to one share, then another. The next thing Allison knew, he was hearing from dozens of motorcycle groups and hundreds of people who wanted to take part from all across New England.
The response from the biker community, the veterans community, and just the community in general has been enormous. It's far more than I could have ever expected.
On his bike, on the road, his happy place.
It's the closest thing that you can ever have to the feeling of total freedom.
And now he's using that to help ease the pain of others.
It's why bikers and veterans are such patriotic people. The veterans have gone and they put their life on the line and lay down their lives to give us this freedom to be able to do these things.
And the Ride for the Fallen 7 is scheduled for July 6th. It's free, but donations will be accepted to support Marine Jarhead's motorcycle.
Oh, that was amazing. No, I'm sorry, they're gonna try and get me with some other stuff, and I get sucked right into that kind of stuff. Mayor, that was amazing. You know, the thing about it is that each one of us is capable of so much if we put our minds to it, and also together capable of so much more. Um, I don't judge people for drinking or for using drugs or for, um, any of the things that they may end up doing because I know that it's very easy to take whatever route is there. And so, but doing hard things or doing things for other people is way more difficult, and it's really nice to see. I love seeing people, but the only thing I'll say to you, Mayor, because I love you, put on a helmet, please. Please. I know you're probably like in New Hampshire or some state where it's like, I can do that because I'm free. I know you are, but do it for me because it just makes me worry. It's not you I'm worried about driving, it's other people that are bad at driving. They're the ones that are going to hurt you. So, anyways, no biggie, just a little bit of a mom in me. Um, and you guys know, I'm Canadian, and so it's interesting. You have to also give me some grace in some of the stuff I don't always understand or get as a Canadian versus as an American or somebody who lives within your guys' system. Like our system's different in many, many ways, and my experience is very different in many ways. But something I will say that um interesting, that's a good video to see if I should find, but I don't know. Um yeah, I just worry about other drivers, bad drivers. That's what my concern is, not you. Um, what was I gonna say? This is ADD. My dad rides a motorcycle right now. like I said, so my dad grew up in Scotland and he quit school when he was like young, 14, to become a butcher. And he was a soccer hooligan. And but yet later in life became a jail guard and helped kids and really made a difference in a lot of kids' life. So it's not always how you start, that how you finish. And I think, but there are some standard rules that we can have all around. And one of those is no drunk driving. It's just not cool. However, and I personally think that it's much more difficult to enforce a driving while drugged rule, if you will. And I honestly, it sounds very backwards, but my theory on that is actually this. If you were to test somebody's blood THC level and find that they had a very minute amount in their system, but let's say they were positive on a saliva test, that person should not be driving a vehicle while using marijuana. However, you're going to find if you test somebody who smokes or uses marijuana on a regular basis, that you're never going to be able to catch them, even if you lock them up for 6 months without any access to it, that they're still going to test positive. They're going to pass cognitive tests. They're going to pass all these exams, regardless of the actual blood level. And so my theory is that you actually, what the red flag is low level, not high level. That should in fact be it identified and handled in a different way, because it's really not. Anyways, it's just you have to be a safe driver all the time. That's your responsibility. So that's what I expect everybody to do, and that's what I do. But I happen to know that, like, people that just smoke weed for the first time, that's definitely not a time to drive, dude. Like, that's a time to hang out on your couch and like smoke weed and not move. Like, it's different for people that use it as pain management or all those different life things. So, anyways, I'm not sure how I even got on that tangent. Oh yeah, Amy, my doctor knows too, and I'll tell you the truth. Most of my doctors have known. Most of them had the same automatic stance that you should quit smoking weed because it's absolutely bad for your ADHD and it's bad. And none of them ever got through to me. I was always like, yo, whatever, dude. Like, you convinced me 0%. Then I had a doctor who, instead of saying you should stop smoking weed or even like saying you should cut back, he was like, what THC percentage do you smoke? And I was like, uh, and then I told him, and then he was like, okay, well, I would recommend cutting back that level to this because your medication that you take for ADHD is affected by certain, like, they use the same transmitters. And I was like, "Mm, okay." So, but the problem is this, at the same time, and here I'm very analytical, I guess, in my brain. But at the same time, I implemented that sort of openness and structure with a medical professional. I also exercised more, was eating healthier, doing a lot more other things to improve my life. And so it was really hard for me to try and attribute that to something like that. And so I resisted still. But I think that it is way better approach for somebody, especially like me, that instead of being super close minded about it, he was really like seemingly knowledgeable about it. And so I, at the very least, appreciated that. However, logistically, as somebody with ADHD, it is incredibly difficult for me to deal with medication management because you have to see a doctor to get a prescription, and I don't have a family doctor because there's no family doctors here. So you have to have a doctor write you a prescription who's willing to do that. And there's no walk-in clinics you can go to. So, and they won't write you a prescription with many refills because it's a controlled medication. Yeah, and I've explained the irony to them. I'm like, you understand, right? When I run out of medication because I have ADHD and then I forget or I can't get to the doctor and then I'm out of medication, it just breeds this problem. But you're resistant giving me this, even though it's been the same for X number of days. The pharmacy can reference the refill system to ensure that I'm not early. Like my pharmacist became my best friend during the pandemic because they increased their rules of prescribing or like refilling prescriptions even without a refill that they normally would be able to. And he knew me so well because he'd been filling my prescriptions for years that he was just like, yeah, it's quite obvious that you're going to need the same dose, etc. But that leeway has gone away since. And so it's again once no, you can't auto refill these. It's counterintuitive, but because it's a controlled like drug like Ritalin, it's Ritalin, they they're like super duper strict about it, which is fine. I'm not trying to get it extra and I'm not trying to get it early and I'm not trying to get more. Like that's the problem that gets me is like it's just always seemingly going to need to be there. The real requirement is that they're supposed to like check my blood pressure, the doctor is, and like have an actual check-in. Um oh, so and you know what, my pigeon, the reality is what has happened is I've become my own researcher and then diagnostician in a way. Every medication that I've been on to sort of figure this out over the last years has been based upon studies I've read on the internet and you know people's anecdotal evidence, etc. And then I approach a physician with my theory and why I want to try something. I have a little tip. Oftentimes I've gone into a doctor and explained like, "Hey, I know I shouldn't have done this, but I took this medication that my friend gave me and it worked amazingly for me. I want to try it this for this reason." And that seems to be a really good way to like break the ice. Like, you can't tell me this isn't going to work. I already know it's going to work. So that argument is sort of moot. Now it's like, well, I've already confided in you that I did something wrong, but I'm also saying this helped me. And so generally, they are supposed to, you know, help you. See, the problem is I've had to learn how to manipulate the system like this, and this is not good, but this is the way it is. Um, the other reality is that I have to like back in the day when I used to go to a walk-in clinic, I used to go this rigmarole if I didn't get the same doctor, basically having to prove myself to be ADHD enough to need the medication, but not drugs hungry enough to be worried about. And it's a very weird balance to strike. And I honestly sometimes have like right now the doctor that checked on my THC level and stuff, in order to see him, I had to have another psychiatry assessment, re-diagnosing my ADHD, and then that person reiterated that they wouldn't treat me or manage me at all, but I needed it in order for him to be willing to prescribe to me because my one-time family doctor was retiring. So I did that, and then COVID happened, and now that doctor works 1 day per week in the afternoons only. And so to get an appointment with him is like, it literally takes a month and a half or 2 months. And they will only give me 3 months of medicine at once. It's a juggle. It literally is. And I've literally explained, I'm like, do you know how many people are probably bogging down our system like me right now? Unneeded visits to these doctors who are overworked and underpaid already, and you could be handling this in a way different manner. Make a fucking ADD clinic. Seriously. It just baffles my mind. And again, I have then had to resort to what I have access to, which is THC, which is caffeine, which is now exercise, which is dopamine, how I managed to get it. There have been gaps of time where I've had to go weeks without medication because it's not feasible to get. And so the sort of ask of a doctor to say like, oh, well, why don't you cut back on your THC percentage? It's like, well, THC is available at least, and nobody's getting mad at me for how much I seem to need. People judge stimulant use or etc., and I understand the risk of abuse. However, it is incredibly frustrating to have to prove up myself oppositely as both needing but not needy, in order to get the medication that I should be easily handled. Like, and again, I've not increased the medicine or like got extra or anything like that. That's the funniest part about it. It's like, I'm not trying to pull a fast one, but yeah, I've definitely used Tylenol with codeine before. Like codeine, like yeah. The other part is that they'll give you other stuff, no problem. So the gabapentin that I was on for like 5 years was easy. They were like, "You want what?" I was like, "Well, I read a study that shows that gabapentin is really helpful for mood regulation in conjunction with a stimulant in ADHD treatment." And they're like, "Yeah, I guess so. That's fine." And I was like, "Oh, you'll give me something like without any hassle? Like, okay, great. This is a added, you know, way to help." But yes, and eventually I grew to hate gabapentin because I think it made me fat. I've weaned myself off of it now, and I probably wouldn't recommend getting on it without needing to first, just for emotional regulation. There's better stuff for that. But it did work for me at that time, and it was available, and it was something that I could handle and manage better, that they gave me in very large doses, like super large doses with seemingly no questions. They're like, yeah, you want to take like 2,700 milligrams a day, 3 times a day? Sure. We'll just give you the really big bottle that we get from the fucking supplier. Um, but yeah, again, the the Ritalin, no, you can't have that. And so yeah, and of course I've managed a dispensary before, and when I did that, I used a way less pharmaceutical medication because I had access to a really wide variety of strains and good quality like THC products with good terpenes in them. And the terpenes are really what give you the strain effects that make you sort of happy or give you all the cool stuff about weed. Nightmare. Um, so I think that there's a lot of uh, good that can come of that, but it is hard to distinguish good and what you need and all that kind of stuff because it's super like the subject is so broad. I love it though because it's such a personalized thing. I guess I'm like a wine person or like a coffee person. I don't care about wine or coffee, but put me in front of a like buffet of weed and I would be like in a happy, happy place. It really is just like the good old days. Um, it's yeah, it didn't make me sick, gabapentin, it made me quite happy. It literally got things off my nerves. Um, yeah. The other one that they gave me with no issue was Seroquel, a very weird low dose. So, like, they use that for, like, bipolar, and I was like so here's the thing, though, as I don't know if this is what part of me this is, but I've been trained to, like, if a pharmacy or a doctor is offering you a drug, I'm gonna probably say yes and then research it later, r as opposed to saying no, just because it's so hard to see a doctor, it's so unlikely to all the reasons. So, when I researched it, I was like, "Oh, there's a lot of people that have had really bad experiences with this, and it's really, really potent at a high dose because the average, like, mental health management dose is 300 plus milligrams a day." But they prescribed me, like, 10 milligrams or something a day for anxiety, and I was like, "Um, okay." And I looked it up, and apparently it's like an really old school antihistamine, and true as shit, my allergies got great, which is crazy, but I didn't end up taking it very long. I just, again, interesting. Like, it's difficult because they just won't give me more of what I think would work for my medication because of many, I guess, their own studies. Um, yeah, absolutely. And so in Canada, again, it's obviously a little bit different here than in the States with our system for prescribing and our system for medications. And it's just hard to get like continual management for whatever you're dealing with without like following up a lot with yourself. And again, with ADHD, that's just like not a really realistic response or request. Again, when you think of so I think about a medical system right now, they're talking about how it's really plagued with inefficiencies and there's so much, backlog, all this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, do you know how you could fix some things really fast and make a big difference? But again, like, I guess radical change, radical thought, radical um, vision is sometimes vision, which I don't apparently don't have, is hard for some people to see. The same thing goes when I talk about I believe that there's a future for virtual reality schooling where children put on VR headsets and get into a video game every morning and they go to school in a video game. I truly believe that there will be that day and it will work for some children very, very well. It will engage them 1000% more than a teacher or whatever could in a way that might help them better. I don't think it will replace schooling entirely, but I think that it will have a place going forward that could be very, very, very beneficial for certain subsets of children and also teachers. Like, I'm not about getting rid of teachers at all. Please don't mistake me. I want people to pay more money to teachers for them to do more things they love doing and less of the shit they do not want to do. So why don't we outsource the fucking crap to the virtual reality system and let the teachers just teach what they love and engage and encourage. And there's a way that we can sort of do that by stepping away from thinking school is the be all end all, because I know in the States, I guess it is, but here, I'll tell you something, nobody's ever, ever, ever asked about my grades in school. Had a job, and I've had lots of jobs, good jobs, and I've been good at jobs. But that's not what they look for. That is not an indicator of success at a job in reality. And I think it's the easy way to manage large groups of kids and, um, make work systems, but it doesn't actually produce a lot of people in society that are able to, you know, execute the change we need necessarily. Maybe it's good. I feel bad because sometimes the ENTP part of my brain's like, oh my God, there are so many just like regular old people that don't see things the same way. And maybe, I try and shift my point of view as well, but still, I just think there are lots of ways we could really easily make some changes and some improvements to things, but there's so much red tape in a lot of ways, and there's so much pushback about certain things. It just is frustrating. Court's sort of the same way. Like, so much money is spent on all of this stuff, but none of it gets to the real root of the problem. Some courts do a really good job and try, but some don't. I thought you said flavored my crazy life. Um, I heard them bitching about it in CPS court as well. I'm again, it's very frustrating that um, the amount of energy, attention, and money that they spend critiquing and literally nitpicking people's lives to be like, when did you do drugs? It's like, dude, all the fucking time. Okay, do you know how drug addicts are? They do drugs anytime they fucking can. They hope nobody sees. They're sneaky. That's the way it is. And so you're asking stupid questions. You're wasting time. Like, we can beat around the bush or we cannot, but like, this is what the problem is. And again, hair tests, especially in Texas, you know what really got me is everybody and their brother spoke about hair strand tests. Did I once see a freaking expert on this? No. In fact, I heard many lawyers beg, absolutely beg judges to please consider the fact that their client had African American hair and that the growth pattern was just absolutely different. And so it is not reasonable to apply the same time length within a testing period on that type of hair. And judges just straight up ignore it. I've seen, and I mean, like, that's just makes sense. But the problem is these aren't necessarily criminal cases where you get to present this much evidence. It's a family case where you're already on the bad side of CPS. They don't like you once you've gotten to court. Let's just be realistic. The likelihood of you having a CPS caseworker that is like, oh my God, we're going to get your kids back. Like, it is no problem. I believe in you. We can do this 100%. Like, do you think that conversation has ever happened? Seriously. I've heard some of these caseworkers be vindictive and mean, and I've heard absolute stories from parents that I believe about caseworkers dropping the ball, and they're overworked, they're underpaid, they're underthanked, they're overtaxed. Again, where is the money going when it should be going to the case at the base level? Where are we wasting all the money? Oh, up at the top. And again, it's the children that end up suffering. The children who get taken away from their parents because of silly things, because they angered the wrong person, because they made a snide remark at the judge, because they don't understand the criticalness of these different things, because they don't watch these day in and day out and know that the littlest thing can literally make or break it. And I remember Judge Dallas Sims, down in uh, Centex Child Protection Court number 1 or 2. And it's interesting. I didn't agree with her on a lot of decisions. I watched her very often because I loved the vibe, and she streamed for like 6 hours. So it was like being in the office with them. And I just really enjoyed the vibe of that court. But the stories were sad. Oftentimes, I felt like CPS and the court were heavy handed in the wrong scenarios. But just like we do, everybody has a hard time putting aside what they've just heard, what they will hear, what they want to hear, and get the right, um, you know, s- reading on things for this particular situation. And Judge Sims, I remember her saying, and which this makes me sad because, and it's never my intention when I watch a law court case or a channel to get them to a level of exposure that they're upset or unhappy with, or that drives them to start hiding court proceedings from the public by shielding it in different ways, because that sort of defeats the purpose. However, some cases are just more interesting than others and draw a crowd. And I wish they would use their platform a bit more as an opportunity to reach people as opposed to concern about what they might be perceived as. So, but however, I did many times overhear the judge and the lawyers talking about different things, and I love it. But one of the times she talked about Zoom court, and oftentimes they complained about Zoom court, but they also talked about their personas on YouTube, like what people thought about them. Like, oh, Mr. Messer, people love you. And like Mr. Messer used to walk, he used to talk about how many miles he would walk. And I still remember. And so here's the weird thing, like, I don't have any visuals of it, but I have a memory of things. I have memories. And so the first I recall of that courtroom, Mr. Smith, if anybody remembers Mr. Smith, he was like doing this case where he was like beyond animated, accusing this woman of beating her child with an electrical extension cord. And he was like yelling at her. And I was just like, holy fuck, what the fuck is going on? And he was just like, you beat him. You beat that child, didn't you? And I was just like, um, I'm hooked. I can't turn this off ever again. And then I just watched it again for like years. And Judge Sims once said uh, he got participation closer to 70% of parents when she was doing online court as opposed to in-person court, where the participation level dropped to something like 30%. And she was honest. She said, my goal and my mandate is to help reunite families of this, I think it is Tarrant County. I don't know. Anyways, she said, my goal is to reunite the families and to do my best to help them through these times. And I truly think she meant that. She was always very careful of the children. And they came first to mind. And if you were dangerous around a kid, you're not going to get away with it in front of her. She would be mad at you and she would deal with it. But she did want to reunite to begin with. And Bell County, that's what it is. Anyways, however, she said that she got such better participation that she would really want to continue on Zoom because it was so obvious that the parents were more participatory for whatever reason it was, that it would be almost unconscionable to return to the old way just because, after seeing such a marked difference in participation. Not necessarily an outcome, mind you. She was just speaking specifically about the participation of parents in the hearings. And I think we all know representation and advocacy is really important. So participating in every hearing is important. If you're in a CPS hearing and you're a couple, you should be on 2 different phones in 2 different separate places that can't fucking hear each other. But you need 2 screens. Every screen on that screen counts. And you want as many on your side as you can have. That's what I've learned from that. Um, anyways, I really miss Judge Sims, but I also get it. The fame flame burns bright sometimes. No, but really, they have, I personally don't think that they should be close to the public just because they involve children or the interest of a child, because most often there's not any pictures of the children, and I don't like it when there was, but I really don't like the blanket cover of like, oh, these are private. Like that shields too many people, not the children. That doesn't help any children, believe me. I find a lot of self-serving behavior in shielding the public from viewing their courts. What are you trying about, McFidgeon? Attorney Ryan Smith, yeah, Lucy. And I saw him many times. First of all, I love that he would stand for court. He had a like sit to stand desk that on his desktop, and so he would always stand for court. He was always ready. Like this man was a really good lawyer. Very, very good. Very well prepared. Um, the woman lawyer with the weird, I don't remember, I will remember her name eventually, but she, thanks, Amy. I hope you have a good night. That woman lady, the woman lady, great descriptor. They all had their own personalities, shocking because they're people, but they all have their own, Judge Sims, yeah. So she's really young. I would assume be in her 30s. Dallas Sims is her name. And she's like a junior judge underneath the main guy who was like serious business, man. His hearings were never nice. And they had a court reporter that they shared, and on Wednesdays one court got it. Miss Alexander, that's the court reporter's name. And they had a real flow to their court, but um again, I feel like there was a lot of money spent on certain things. I'm not saying that somebody smoking pot can't also be neglecting or abusing a kid, but you the one that I'm talking about with the electrical cord, Lucy? Locket, yes. And remember, um, there's a few others that I like, the blonde prosecutor lady who I liked, didn't like. Like, I respected her and her job, but meh. Like Mr. Smith, oh, I want to have some conversations with Mr. Smith for sure. Mr. Messer, I would go on a walk with Mr. Messer. I don't think he would want to have dinner. Uh, hi, Tony. Judge Sims was obsessed with weed. She was 100% obsessed with weed. She also, what did she drink? Was it Dr. Pepper? Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, I think she drank very, very often. Um, she just would latch onto certain things. Like you could tell what kind of a day it was going to be. And that, what I didn't like about that, and what I think most people, when they complain about CPS, are referencing is the feeling that they're all buddy, buddy, chummy, chummy, because they work together 6 hours a day, 4 days a week. It's really hard to not be like that. And it's probably good that they're like that, but it doesn't help the person who's sitting across from them because it makes them a very good team. And so the judge values the opinions of her ad litem, which she should, but I mean, I very rarely saw Judge Sims go against um, a direct recommendation from either Mr. Messer or um, that black woman who left to Florida. She moved away. And then there was another one. Um, Bonnie Hollier was a defense attorney in that. So was there was a number of defense attorneys that I sort of really liked. And again, they sort of get to know what they have to do with each judge because each judge is different. The reality is each of these judges, what I've learned is that each court is so absolutely unique and specific that it is very, very difficult if you don't have experience with the person to know the approach. And I believe that that's most of what a lawyer is giving you, hopefully. But we've seen time and time again lawyers that don't seem to do their homework because I'm sure there's like a group chat. I'm sure there's, like something that will, like, we all know the deeds. And sometimes a lawyer gets up in front of a certain judge for us and we're all like, you did not. Oh no, you didn't. Um, she was not married to him, Lucy. No, no. I refuse to believe that. No. In some weird porno somewhere one day, but not in real life. That cannot be true. I'm sorry. Anyways, as I'm like reminiscing about weird old court, um, you wouldn't know them. Honestly, Amy, they deleted this is the thing. It was like at that time I rarely recorded anything because it was so much. It was like 6 or 7 hours straight every single day and I would, be doing other things. And yet so many times I'd be like, did you just hear what just happened in this case? Like many, many times. But I can count on my one hand the number of times when they were like, this is a way overstep of CPS. You're going to go back to the parents. This is not acceptable. Like that rarely happened. And that's the problem is that the system is sort of stacked once you get to that point. So, um, it sucks for the people that are dealing with CPS, I imagine. I'm I have one video of hers. Okay, we'll watch it because I'm crazy. Um, and then that's it. Okay, guys. It's the one video I know of hers online, but I don't know how long it is. Um, yeah. And again, so like this is when I was like, damn, I wish I had got. Sorry, I'm not meaning to do that. And again, there was this like sort of like they knew the chat. Did they leave the chat open or was it just that they like forgot a lot of the time? I don't know. I don't know what happened. Um, yeah, I'm going there right now. I'm just trying to find out what they listed it under because it wasn't Judge Sims. It might be CPS court or like there it is, Centex Child Protection Court. But it's only like it's yeah okay. Oh, Miss Smith.
Start an order, Judge. I can start bringing people in.
Oh, her. Why are they both there? Weird. It's like it was made for me. Okay, you guys can't even see it yet. Such noob at this. Yeah, this is exactly how I remember this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get out of the way, madame.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Miss Cindy has kind of helped me with
The tech problems people have, the inability to do absolute basic. Oh my. And I'm not talking about participants always. Some of this, oh Lord, I remember now. Sometimes I'd be sitting there yelling, like, you guys just spent 8 hours doing something you could have done in 3 if you were prepared. See how Mr. Smith is tall? Like that's a upper cabinet above him and he's standing like head height at it. He's like ready for battle. Um there's a little Texas thing on the back. Miss Neil Potts is an ad litem. He's in on like I'm glad that they got a good working relationship between all of them, but this is like a foursome here that you would not want to come up against if you were some random parent who's like caught smoking weed and these people will literally take your children away. And or not, depending on sort of the mood.
Oh.
Do you have the Solomon Williams as first?
I do have Solomon, Your Honor, but
Okay.
I don't see the parents. Pamela Mosley's in here. She's grandma.
Here's another sus little problem that I have with these CPS cases. And that yet I understand. And I have a acquaintance who works in CPS, whatever it is here in Canada. And I asked her about this. And here's the thing, right? So these are litigations. These are lawsuits. These are not you like it's masquerading as a way of reunifying families. This is a last resort. And the problem is that because they're lawyers and because this is their job, they come to play hardball once you're at this level. So they're going to have, look at this, they have an investigative supervisor. They're going to have 1 or 2 caseworkers that were just there for the removal. Then they'll switch it up and change the caseworker. And then the next person to testify will also have a supervisor. And then that person will only be there for so long, and then they'll have a conservator worker who goes to check on them because they're gonna inevitably be out of jurisdiction or out of region. And then they will, like, they spend so much time, and I really don't like it. They basically flout the rule of the court where you are not to be influencing the testimony of other witnesses, where these supervisors, I can guarantee it, are typing and or giving instruction to their, they call them proteges oftentimes when they're training them. um, this I want proof that they were married, Lucy, and I will believe you if that's true. But anyways, I feel like, just I've watched so much of this that I just don't like the I don't like that. If you want only your supervisors to testify and they testify based on the review of the CPS record, then do that and don't waste the caseworker's time bringing her into court. But if you're going to have it so that, and it happened innumerable times where the caseworker would be testifying and then up pops this new person on Zoom, and um they all of a sudden will be like, oh, well, I think so and so would be better tasked with answering that. Or can we get info from a supervisor? Like, again, these family cases are handled in a different way, but I personally like it when, and this is why Judge Kim was not very popular. He was very, very, very strict with not only the kids, but with the CPS and his requirement, to the point where they literally got the cases removed from his docket. Um, is this video just mostly? Yeah, but this is the only one I can find of her on there. And she worked from home. Those kids were there and they were young. She has a step kid and then one of her own kids. And she was always working from home. That, I knew that. And I liked when she got her hair did too, Judge Sims. Anyways, but you'll see they have supervisors there all the time, which again, fine, except just wasteful resource wise when you're complaining about having too much workload. Well, then why don't you just have a stipulation that you excuse the fucking caseworker because the caseworker is going to mimic what the supervisor tells her to say, anyways? It's just frustrating. But legally, they have that right to confront their witnesses. It's pesky. And you, as a lawyer in this court, you have to approach that properly because it's like 5-on-1 sometimes. So some lawyers come up into this court, and it's not like just because you spout law means that they're going to listen to you, or just because you have reason with what you're saying. Anyways, let me see. Is there any people in it? Oh yeah, we got something.
There's the investigators here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had the mic on. I'll turn it off.
Ms. Grant, can you hear us? We're taking up this case.
I'm here.
Okay.
All right. And Miss Grant, do you anticipate the father, Mr.
He should be on there because we just spoke not too long. Well, I spoke to his mother not too long ago, and she said they're both on here.
What's the mother's name?
His mom is Marcia Wright.
Okay, there she is.
Do you know anything with Mr. Bonner, Miss Grant?
He
She's
got
supposed to
the link. That much I do know.
Would he be signed in under a different name?
Not sure.
Are you looking for John Ross?
Yeah, well, we're aware that Mr. Ross is here. Thank you. We're looking now for Mr. Bonner.
Thank you.
Let's just keep him on the phone then. And I'll have you unmute yourself in just a minute, or so that I can speak with him. I'm getting attorneys appointed.
Okay. So you want me?
I'll talk to him in just a minute, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'm just getting the attorney's telephone numbers written down so that I can make sure that everybody gets their attorney. Screenshot that. Okay. Now I have sent everybody's attorneys to them. Mom, you said you received it. Mr. Ross, did you receive that information?
Like that was
Yes, I
10
did,
minutes
ma'am.
of her sending that stupid information to them.
Hearing, and they can explain to you a little bit more about the other CPS case, and familiarize himself with that and prepare for the hearing. The court's
Yeah, so much pushing down the fucking road. No, sorry, excuse my language, but seriously. Like, she just kicked cases after cases after cases over and over again because she could. But I do believe they had the best interest of children in mind. That was the whole point. There's so many good courts. There's so much good to watch out there. That's why it's hard. It's like there's not enough time. I watch most of this stuff in 2x as well, so it feels a little bit silly to to watch it in slow speed sometimes too. That's horrible, Jody. Yeah, I used to like watch a lot of crime, true, because it's like important that people hear about these stories because they're horrible and we don't want to repeat them or miss the signs for them. But it's frustrating sometimes because you see them spend so much time, energy, and effort on some cases, and then other things that seem so quite obvious to the standard get sort of pushed away or swept aside. And a lot of that has to do with what worker you end up getting, to be honest. And it's not anybody's fault. It's a hard job and underpaid, under helped, and absolutely overworked. So, anyways, guys, the morning people will be taking over soon, I'm sure. We've been going way long tonight, but I had a really good time. And I spent it with you guys, and I hope that you had a good time. You got some stuff off your chest, if that's what you wanted, and that you maybe had a laugh or learned a few things. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try not to sleep in too much because like court starts in 2 hours or whatever, 3 hours. But I may take tonight off because Time Served is doing that amazing live with Mikey from Credence and Mikey tonight at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. And I may just kick back and relax and watch that with all of you guys and encourage them to just keep going. Um, yeah, there are many super sad cases, Lucy. I remember them a lot, but I would always do like side research as the case was going on and like read the news articles or whatever I could. All the stuff that you're not supposed to do as a juror or as like somebody in the actual court. But anyways, guys, I really appreciate you being here. Um, means the world. We're on our way up all together. We're gonna learn, we're gonna grow, we're gonna make a fun show, I promise. And I couldn't do it without all of you. You keep me going and you inspire me in many, many ways. So, with that being said, I am going to try and get some sleep. I would really appreciate you hitting the like button, and I want you to have a great evening. Um, if you're going through some stuff right now, I know you can do it. Don't worry. I know you can. So, I love you all, and I hope you have a great evening, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Or today, I guess, but later. Okay. Bye.